I'm waiting. I'm trying. If I missed it, will you type it again? I'm sorry. I want you to tell me. I'm sorry. Let me in. Tell me what it was that you heard him say. Amira, that's how I feel. Honestly, free Anaya and KC from the public discourse at this point. Like, honestly, I'm so over it. But I want you to tell me, I know, an epitome, sincere, when he said immerse, sir. Okay, anyway, but I would like to know what you're telling me he said that was about him putting, was it about is it him saying, yeah, she didn't choose me? Because why are you reading that as him saying, I resent her for not choosing me? Is he not just stating a fact of what his experience was? I would like to know. Lynn, I hear you, right? The stop again, I think what he's saying feels very off-putting, but is he lying? Is it not true that he's about to go in the villa and actually, if he brings TT back, have someone that is actively desiring him and pursuing him in a way that he was not before? Is that dishonest? He brought it up 5 times. Yeah, I think he's like literally Kim Possible. That's what I feel like it is. Is like, I think that he is literally, I said I was going to talk to y'all about KC anymore in the public because I feel like it gets too dichotomous. And I don't like doing that. I just feel like we're watching 23-year-olds process in real time their emotions and figure out what they now want to do based on what they're feeling, right? I think that the expectation sometimes is for them to have it perfectly right before they ever say it out loud. But how do you work? Do you all not call your friends and work things out in real time? Literally, I was telling y'all about Waffle Wednesday, right? I will literally be doing a voice note to my friend. And as I'm talking about it, I'm like, oh, I'm having a realization as I'm actually saying it out loud. Like as I'm talking it out, I'm coming to like, oh, that's what that, like, I'm realizing what it is. Why are we not comfortable watching people do their process? What about that feels hard? There are often times when I'll be in a therapy session with a client and I will tell them, just say it how it is in your head. You don't have to figure out how to say it right. Just tell me what's happening in your head and then we can work through it. But just get it out of your head so that then we can talk through it. I agree, How the Ever. I agree, Mercedes. I feel like I'm not saying that we can't have visceral reactions. I do want us to be willing to step back and get curious about whether that's because of what is actually happening or what we feel in our bodies that's not even attached to these people that we don't fucking know. If you're having a visceral reaction in your body about someone that you don't know, it probably comes from something that has nothing to do with them. And are you being curious about that, or are you just projecting? I don't know. I don't understand it. And you know what, bro? That is, you're so right. I don't think that that's fair to say that, but Looney Tunes, like, ooh, I don't know. I think it's okay for both of them to have doubts. I think it's okay for both of them to be curious and unsure and figuring it the fuck out and fumbling through. Like, it feels a little bit sometimes like we get a little bit on a high horse. when it comes to these two explicitly. We don't do it with anybody else. And I think that I know that is what makes me extremely defensive of them. Because I remember how Shelly and Olandria and Ace were talked about last season. So I get very defensive when I hear people having no grace when it comes to those two specifically. I don't hear, and here's the thing. It would be one thing if the people that were having all of this discourse about them were also discoursing about the other people, but they're usually not. No, Anaya and KC. Y'all's comments are moving fast. I'm sorry if I'm not responding to all of them. Somebody earlier said, like, why did he say that they don't have anything in common? Should he have lied? Like, I don't understand. Like, part of the critique about KC is he's not being honest enough, but then he says things that are honest and you all don't like it. I don't like, what is happening? What is happening in real time? What is happening, y'all? What is happening? Because coming from different backgrounds and not having anything in common doesn't mean that you don't like the person. It doesn't mean that you aren't having a good time getting to know them. It doesn't mean that you're not like attracted to it. Like, it doesn't mean any of that. He literally said he didn't have anything in common with TT either. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. But that's such a presumption to think that he was not. And I don't disagree with you. I do think that a lot of people feel like he's not being honest with Anaya. Anaya watched that man. I'm just going to say this out loud. Anaya watched KC in that challenge. And she said he'd be doing too much, which is no different than what she said when he was over in the villa. No different. And then she got up the next day and went throughout her day, explored the man, said she still was missing her man. Like, I think that you all need to not presume that you know everything they've talked about. Even if she doesn't like it. When she came to him and asked him, hey, Trinity said that if Soul had stayed, you would have explored her. Is that true? And he was like, yeah, I would have. He said it directly to her, but you all continue riding this idea that, like, he's lying to her. People have said he's a people pleaser. I'm like, if he was a people pleaser, he wouldn't be saying shit to her that she don't want to hear. He would not be saying a thing to her that she did. Sincere is the only people pleaser you done seen on that motherfucking island when it comes to the men. Because he literally only says what he thinks the person in front of him wants to hear when it comes to the women. I actually don't think the conversation is concerning. I think that you all, no shade to you explicitly. I'm just being, no shade to you explicitly. You're not the first person that said it. I am not mad at KC taking in new information. He's now on week 3, getting to a place of saying, ooh, I'm rethinking some things. Maybe I want to move a little bit differently. Like, is that not what you're supposed to do in life in general? Is learn a lesson and then apply the lesson you've learned? Why are we mad? I don't understand, guys. I don't want you to ask me that question. I'm sure that you're asking it in good faith, but it's a little, maybe you're new here. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not going to do black and white when it comes to KC and Anaya. I'm going to complicate the conversation every time because I don't appreciate people putting black people into fucking boxes. I don't appreciate people acting like it can only be one or the other. So I'm going to complicate the conversation every fucking time. So this is not about defending KC's actions. It's about encouraging the audience to see him as a whole fucking person. The same way I want them to for Anaya. I want you to see them as whole fucking people. It's not one versus the other for me. And if that is how you feel, you are allowed to feel how you feel, but you're going to feel uncomfortable in this space. You're going to feel uncomfortable here. I think that people are outraged at a level that Anaya is not about KC's behaviors. And that honestly, when she said repeatedly that she knows that they're open to explore, I'm not even convinced she would be outraged that she knew. If she knew he was kissing, I'm not sure she would be outraged about that. I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you instead of blocking you so that you can sit and listen. But we're not gonna keep telling lies about either one of them. Thank you so much, Risa. I do not appreciate the, oh, she's so insecure, she wouldn't let him explore, blah, 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 blah. I don't appreciate that. Because I feel like she's been very clear that she knows they're there to explore. She just wants it to be done in a way that feels respectful to her. They are cheeky, baby. Thank you for saying that. And I'm also not going to get on this train of Casey lying to Anaya. I have yet to hear a moment where something that Casey said is not something that Casey had already said to Anaya, or that he openly said to her, which she asked him. Pink Mangoes, you didn't finish your question, but in what way is he talking about her? Print Petals, I did a breakdown completely of their conversations. Like, I literally went clip for clip, bar for bar with them. And people are still like, they're lying. He's lying to her. Be Queen, let me help you, friend. Because why are you here, babe? Why don't y'all know how to protect your peace? Grow up. Why would you be in places where you don't, like, don't be weird. And AJ, what it is they get into these lives and they talk about it and 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 talk about it. And it's like, now you're not even talking about what happened anymore. You're talking about what somebody thought about what happened and then the way that they remembered it, right? It's the fucking Mandela effect in real time. How did he treat her? Tell me how he treated her. I did, Jesse. Tell me how he treated her. Do y'all really want to know what I heard? Because I haven't said it because I know that y'all are not going to appreciate some of what I have to say. Do y'all really want to know what I heard? Print Petals, that is what I have been doing. Okay. What I heard last night when he was talking to Corbin is that KC is a man. Matter of fact, I'm going to back that up. KC is a human that felt rejected from night one of his experience on this island. He felt undesired and he felt like nobody wanted him from night one on this island. What I heard was that while the girl that he would have picked as his first choice, I'm not even looking at the comments, I'm just going to tell you what I've heard. The girl that he would have picked as his first choice on this island night one did not pick him in return the first time. Now, I don't know if KC knows this, but I do, right? That KC was not Anaya's first or second choice. And so KC is having the feeling of, she's telling me that she's choosing me, and she has chosen me, but sometimes it feels hard to believe. Something in my body doesn't believe it because she didn't choose me the first time. And according to Anaya, wouldn't have chosen him as a second choice either the first time. Just be honest. And he said, that fucks with me a little bit because over here, I have a girl that is actively choosing me. I'm not reading your comments right now. I'm only telling you what I heard. I have a girl over here that is actively choosing me who said, I want you. I'm not confused. I don't have to wonder. I don't have to guess. She told me she came in here for me, and that feels good. Because inherently, we all want to be desired and accepted and wanted. Period. What I also heard in that conversation with Corbin last night was there have been moments where Anaya has done exactly what the fuck I clocked Zach for doing to Kata. Y'all don't want to hear it, but that's what the man said. I'm not going to kiss you if you don't do X, Y, and Z. That's what I heard last night. And while she has access to bodily autonomy, she doesn't have to. When you are telling your partner, I'm not going to give you physical affection unless you X, Y, and Z. Zach, in the kitchen, say please at least. I'm not reading your comments. I'm just telling you what I heard last night. This is a man who has communicated to his partner that physical touch and affection is a way in which he feels affirmed in his relationship. Hers are words of affirmation. What I heard in her letter is that he makes her feel reassured. He says things like he's almost reading her mind. He sort of intuitively knows what she needs to hear and what she needs. It sounds like her love language is being tended to. And it sounds like, according to him and her, based on some things that she said, that his is not in the same way. And she has a right to do it. But I am telling you what I heard. Oh, acts of service some more. Thank you. I know you are an Anaya. What's the word I want? Vault of information. So what I'm listening to, if this was my client, which he's not, if he was my client sitting in my office and he was telling me this, what I would be asking him to get curious about, the question I would pose to him is, it sounds like there's a part of you that still feels doubt. Despite the fact that she chose you on the second recoupling, despite the fact that you both chose each other on that third recoupling, there's a part of you that is still not sure that she truly desires you. What do you think the piece is that's missing that would make you feel assured in your connection with her? And what I would likely know already as his clinician, because this is the client I've been working with and listening to, is that he needs to feel loved and desired in the way that he needs to feel loved and desired. And that's not happening, but he's getting it from Tiara. Whatever Tiara's intentions, it doesn't matter. And so he's hearing Anaya's words, but he's not feeling it in the way he needs to. Now, to be clear, love languages are bullshit, okay? They're not fucking real. It's pseudoscience. But they fucking think it's real, okay? They think it's real. I would be asking him to get curious with himself about what else is it that you need to see? What else is it that you need to feel when she's giving you this action? What is keeping you from being able to believe it? What is the thing that's getting in the way? And I would be making him do that work around what the piece is that's missing. And I would bet money that what he would talk to me about is not feeling physically desired by her. Because let's be honest, we haven't really seen passion between Casey and Anaya. We've seen comfort. We've seen care. We've seen attraction. I like your body. I like everything about you, right? I think you're the blueprint. You're beautiful. But we haven't seen passion. And I think Casey is a person that perceives love and desire as passion for him. Unquestioned passion for him. I don't disagree, Be More, right? I think, ask the question again, Paris. I think there was a word missing. But let me finish my thought before you ask it again. I would be making him get curious about it. And so do I think that he's communicating it poorly? Yes, but he's also fucking 23. So if he was in my office talking to me about that, I wouldn't be judging him. If he was talking to me about it in that way, I wouldn't be judging him for it. I would be making him get curious about how do you actually communicate what it is that you're feeling. Aquarius, I'm not sure what you mean. I think what you're asking me is I am very period, full stop. Everybody has bodily autonomy. Nobody owes you access to their body. Period. Period. And it's nuanced in that if a partner is stonewalling you, which y'all are not going to like hearing this. I've seen Anaya do some things that I would be challenging them around in couples therapy if they were sitting in my office. I would. Just from what I've seen. I have no idea what's happening in the other 23 hours. I would be like, hold on. What's this, friend? Let's get curious about what's happening here. Ryan, she's done it more than once, right? And I think it's okay to walk away from conversations to regulate so that we don't do or say something that is harmful to our partner. You always need to then come back to the conversation though. You cannot leave things unwell, and we cannot be dishonest about our feelings, right? A lot of people are calling KC out, about being dishonest, but y'all are also listening to Anaya say things like, it's cool, I'm cool, it's fine, do what you want, I don't care. And you know that it's not cool, and she's not fine, and she does care. And when he is inviting her, no, it's not okay, tell me what you're feeling, she's suppressing, right? And I can reason as to why she's doing that. Either she doesn't feel safe, whether that's because of KC, because of other things, doesn't matter, right? But there's some part of her that's not letting herself access the emotion with him. Correct, Valerie. Because in my opinion, hot take, TT is Anaya, just with physical affection. She want him locked in too. She not willing to talk about the emotion either. I think that is, see, but like, Princess, I think that's a fair critique. The boy be bumbling and bumbling over them goddamn words. You ain't fucking wrong. You ain't fucking wrong. But as a 40-year-old that used to be fucking 23 and that works with people his age clinically, I'm really not. You're just watching his therapy in real time with people that are not fucking therapists, if you want to keep it a buck. I agree, Lashuna. You're watching you're watching the shit he would be talking about in therapy in real fucking time, but with people that don't have the fucking capacity to actually give him solid advice. He needs to be talking to them goddamn coaches on that island, not his peers. So what I heard is someone that feels deeply wounded by what happened night one. And I don't think the wound starts on this island. For most of them, I don't think it does. That wound existed before Anaya and night one of this goddamn show. Because, reminder, they're all fucking people that existed as whole humans before they ever stepped on that fucking island. They're all bringing something with them. Every last one of them. Bryce is bringing the insecurity around being an aging model. And whether people want to admit it or not, as a white man, there are certain metrics he should be hitting that he's not. And in white culture, that does mean something about you. Failure to launch. Have y'all never heard that before? He's bringing that with him onto this island, and he's projecting that into his relationship with Trinity. Trinity told you out of her own mouth last night. She's bringing onto the island the difficulty of being in an interracial relationship. Am I just a fetish for you? Not being sure whether or not you actually want me for real or just for a good time. That exists before Bryce, y'all. Clock the fuck in. Not to be shady to y'all. I'm not trying to be shady. I'm just saying, right? Like, every single one of these people is bringing something with them. Do I have a little bit less grace for Zach and Bryce than I do for the rest of them? Yeah, I do. I'm not gonna lie. I do. Because, my boy, you about to be 30. Zach, you're 26. Like, y'all are grown. You know what I mean? Like, you grown. You know what I'm saying? So yes, them, I do be on their ass a little bit harder. You know, frontal lobe's been developed, and in Zach, what's that boy's name? Bryce's instance for a very long time. Thank you, Nola. So I just feel like I'm okay with us saying, I don't like the way he said it. He be talking out the fucking side of his neck. Ooh, I can't. I'm okay with you saying that. I also want us to be able to hold the tension of he is working through his emotions in real time on live TV. If your conversations with your friends were publicized on live TV, would we always think that you had it together? Would we think that you were always this evolved, arrived human? And how many of y'all are still 23? Solar, me too, at 40. Like, I'm just saying that I want us to be able to hold that more than one thing can be true at a time. Somebody asked me, do I think KC is as bad as Taylor? The only No. He ain't told nobody yet that he ain't attracted to that girl or that he don't fucking like her. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Anaya is a fucking baddie. Him saying that he is more attracted to Tierra sexually or physically is what he said, doesn't mean he's not physically attracted to Anaya. No, listen, no shade. All fucking tea. Again, he wasn't her first or second choice. She's more physically attracted to Sincere than she is to KC. That don't mean she's not attracted to KC. That don't mean she don't think he's cute. That don't mean she don't want to get up on that body. It just means that he's more physically her type. Why are we putting KC onto a goddamn crucifixion? We're crucifying the man about shit that his partner has said to y'all too. What? Why are y'all mad at that? Zach also said that Soul's body was banging. Does Soul's body look anything like Kata's body? Anything like Kata's body? But we're not asking if he doesn't like her. We still think they're one of the strongest couples. I agree with that statement. I don't think that either, but I'm just saying. No, lots of people think they're a strong couple. Back when we were doing them polls in the app, they were number 2. Don't do that. Bryce, thank you, Gigi. Bryce called Miss N with the hard R classy. She's classy. And he called his partner argumentative for saying that she would like more affection. Why are y'all not mad at that? Why are y'all not mad at that? But y'all talking to me about KC actively processing in real time what he wants to do about exploring. Once he has the soul situation, he literally says out of his mouth, I learned a lot of lessons with soul. He literally says this, I learned a lot of lessons with soul. I need to not just think I can sit back. And so now he's not sitting back. He's actually implementing the lesson that he said he learned, and you're mad about it. I don't understand. And I fear that you all are madder than Anaya would be. I fear you are. And I'm not, listen, I had a visceral reaction to some stuff about Casey in Casa. I'm not excusing myself from that. I'm not taking myself out of that. I'm not taking myself out of that. Okay? And when I took a step back and looked at it, I was like, yeah, he's actually not doing anything different than anybody else on that island. I actually don't think that he is pretending to be something he's not around Corbin. I think what I said before, y'all are watching him try to process his emotions in real time with someone that he perceives as a friend, which, to be fair, I would argue that Corbin and Caleb might be the only people, and maybe Sincere, Corbin and Caleb are the people that might be the closest to a friend to him in that villa, because they allow him to process without us ever seeing them run it back to Anaya to try to put doubt in her mind. They're just knowing that he's working through his emotions. And they're asking questions to make him get inquisitive. It was so cutesy. And he already said that too, Nike. I agree, seventh letter. He said he's vanilla. Y'all just presume KC was knocking him down before he got in that villa. I think the boy might be a little bit more inexperienced than y'all realize. Not everything is sinister, y'all. Sometimes people truly just don't fucking know. They really are just fucking figuring shit out. But you know what? You know what? Like we all say all the time, we are all the villain in someone's story. Even if you didn't mean to be. And that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Pia. I think that most of them are not sinister on this island. I think we don't have to like how they're showing up, but I think most of them on the island are not sinister. Even Sincere, who is lying to every woman that sits in his face. I don't think it's sinister. I think the man is a people pleaser. I think the man, his mama told us how she acted, right? His mother told us the type of woman that she was that raised him, right? It does not shock me that he reaches for a lie before he reaches for the truth if he thinks that the truth is going to hurt the person or cause a reaction that he doesn't want to deal with. It's not sinister. It is a learned coping mechanism. It is a learned coping tool. And I know it's an unpopular opinion, but many therapists will tell you some coping tools are not ones that are healthy. And I'm putting big air quotes around that, but they are effective. CUTing is not healthy, but it is effective. We got to look at intention and impact, not one or the other. And we all have to account for our shit at the end of the day. The only person on that island that has mentioned gameplay, that has mentioned winning, is fucking Zach. I don't understand. I don't know if you're asking it this way, but I am going to say it because I've seen that too. People feel like Casey is punishing Anaya because he feels a way about not being picked the first night. I do not read that at all. Y'all are not going to like this take. I was curious about that comment to Sydney. I don't know what that means. Because I don't think he's bringing her back or was ever bringing her back. So I don't know what that means. It is not punishment to want to be desired. That's not punishment. The take is, ugh. Yeah, I agree, Kay. I was confused. It felt like a weird statement to make. Anyway. My perception of what happened between Casey and Anaya is he tried to go all in, right? He said this to her. Desired, Jay. Desired is the word I'm using. Exactly, B. God, I hate that I'm talking about them so much. Okay. I'm going to go back to soul ties. When he had the conversation, he said to her, you know, he felt offended because she perceived him as saying what she said to him, and she agreed. We didn't see this, but he said it and she didn't say, I didn't say that. So we know she did. That he's just using her to coast through another week in the villa, which no shade, Anaya, but who else were you going to couple up with? Sean was already gone at this point. I love Anaya, but that was not based in reality at that point. Like, if anything, y'all are doing it with each other. Like, don't do that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. When he said that to her, he said, I can't hold it against you anymore that you didn't, like, choose me. But, like, he wanted her to acknowledge that, like, he also potentially could have the same insecurities as her. I'm gonna start you right there. I'm going to start you right there and say less when we're finally seeing them have this in conversation. He brought it up, Jay, because she keeps coming to him saying, I want to be your top girl. I want to be the one you choose. I want to be the first choice. And he's like, well, Anaya, you keep saying this to me as though I don't potentially feel the same thing. If I'm letting it go, why can't you let it go? That was the point of the statement. And you know what she did? She got defensive because she heard an attack. She went into her downstairs brain, and then she got up and left the conversation in an effort to self-regulate. Okay? That's what happened. Who else would she possibly be looking at? Like, I want y'all to just be so fucking for real. She looked at Corbin. Corbin was not looking at her. She was looking at Sincere. That's his bubs now. Like, don't do that. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, so upstairs brain, downstairs brain is when you are, sorry, I just assumed you knew because people be in here with me for long times, okay? Downstairs brain is where you go when you're feeling some sort of threat. It's your reactive part of your brain. It's your reactive part of your brain. And typically when people get into their downstairs brain, if they have a nice, regulated, grounded human, they can co-regulate them back into their upstairs brain to access more of that prefrontal cortex to help them think through their decisions, think through what they're doing. So she went downstairs, right? She felt a threat, whether it was real or not, doesn't matter. Your body doesn't care about that. She went downstairs and then she got up and left as a way to take care of herself. Right? She was trying to self-regulate, right? Exactly, Beebs. We then have the letter, you're welcome, but we then have the letter challenge where they both actually write their shit out and they're like, oh, we are on the same page. A lot more than maybe we fucking realized. And oh, this person actually does care about me. And oh, this person does actually choose me, right? And then of no fault of her own, Anaya is targeted again. And yes, I'm using the word targeted because they are absolutely aiming at Anaya in order to get to Casey. She is targeted yet again, this time by Bryce, and then by Bryce through proxy of Trinity. I said it. She's targeted yet again by Bryce. And Anaya goes to her partner again to check in. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's happening? And he's like, hey, so I'm going to hold your hand when I say this. It's the same thing I already fucking said. It's the same thing I already said. Nothing has changed. Right? And when she asked him to explain all these things, he's done it every time she's asked him to. He's done it every time she's asked him to. I think that you all are witnessing fatigue. I think that you all are watching him emotionally tap out. And I think that you all are watching him. Exactly. I think if viewers are getting exhausted through the screen, imagine how they feel in the villa. Her for feeling like, why do I keep hearing it? Oh my God, right? And that's activating her fear system. And then him going, they're not telling you any differently than what I already said. They're not telling you any different thing, right? It's the same thing I said. And so then he says, oof, I'm tired. I need to start really thinking through how I'm showing up in this villa. I need to really think about how I want my experience to be here. And he did that. He talked about it with Caleb. Oh, seventh letter said y'all have, I'm sure it's now 7 minutes to get to 100K or the comments are going off. I think that you're witnessing fatigue on Casey's part. AJ, exactly. I think that Anaya is, what you're witnessing is hypervigilance. And hypervigilance, if you are a person that has ever lived in a state of hypervigilance, that is also exhausting. I think they are both extremely tired of this conversation, even though they keep having it, which I'm not mad at them for continuing to have it. To be perfectly honest, I think it's what you should do. If there's any part of you that feels like you're unsure, rather than running with the narrative, you absolutely should go clear it the fuck up with the person that's supposed to be your person. I'm not mad at them for doing that. I think they're doing the best that they can at 23 years old. And I think that they're both tired. which is why I said I'm actually so glad that Casa came and that both of them are doing what they're doing. Lashina, I don't disagree. I think both of them need the time away from each other, away from anybody else's voice, to actually sit with themselves and their emotions about each other. I don't disagree with that either, about the outsourcing. Whether they come back to each other or not, irrelevant. Irrelevant. Because they both need this moment to just be with themselves, right? Yes, amongst their peers, but to not be coming back to each other, right? Just work through your shit independent of each other for a second and see what happens. Somebody asked me, how should their conversations look? I think there's a level of safety that's lacking in their dynamic. Neither one of them truly believe that the other one would have chosen them if they had options, which is why Casa is good for them. Because if they were to choose each other after Casa, they both can get rid of this idea of we're just defaulted. They would be actively choosing each other despite their options. But neither one of them believe that right now. And so because they don't have that sense of safety in their dynamic, anytime, even an inkling of, ooh, maybe he don't really like you. Maybe she's not really attracted to you. She won't even kiss you at night. Ooh, somebody said that he just feels like you're safe. Even an inkling of doubt is going to continue to fuel the shit that is happening. None at all. No walkbacks. I stand by what I said. Correct, December. And that's what I think I don't, L. That's what I think is unfair. Because I think that all of us in a situation like this would be asking the same fucking questions. I don't think it's fair to be so punitive of the two of them around it. I really don't. I don't think it's fair to keep whacking the two of them so much about some shit that I think most of us also would do or feel. I just don't feel like that's fair. So if they come back from Casa and they both have had options and say, after all of that, I choose you, I think their relationship will look different. And if they come back from Casa and say, I realize that what's happening in this dynamic is not what I need, fine too. I think that you all can say that you feel like Casey is objectifying women. Okay. Exactly, Roxanne. I don't like, again, Anaya's not coming to these conclusions on her own. There's a seed that's planted that Zach and Bryce and Trinity have watered. And Trinity was acting as a proxy for Bryce. Neither one of them need to be the villain if they don't work out, guys. It can be, we were really attracted to each other. We worked on what we could work on together. And you know what? It just is not going to work. And that's okay. It doesn't have to be that Anaya never really liked that man because she's a colorist and she always wanted to. It don't got to be that. And it don't gotta be no whole, he never meant it when he said that she was this and that. It don't gotta be that. It don't gotta, she was always his safe option. It don't gotta be that. It could just be that they got new information. And once they work through now week 3 of this process, they've decided that they're not the best fit together. And that actually would be okay. Neither one of them has to be the villain. Because the reality is there's fault on both sides. Yana, I have had whole videos defending Anaya, so I think you just didn't see them. Take a tap break, y'all. I had videos defending Anaya before I ever defended KC. Roxanne, I'm not trying to be rude. I really am not. So please don't take it this way. I don't think that he's holding it against her. I think he's talking about the reality of his emotional experience. Anaya's just a person that it came through. If he had not been chosen and Melanie didn't get picked and he ended up with Melanie, he would feel the same way because it's not about the person. It's about the emotional experience of night 1. It's not about Anaya. Right? It's not about Anaya explicitly. I don't think it's about him holding it against her. It's about him acknowledging what his emotional experience was. She's just the person that he ended up with. Oh my God, Beyonce, please shut up. I'm sorry, that was not nice. Do I think him and Tierra will work out? I think that some of the same issues or things he didn't like about his connection with Anaya are replicated in Tierra. So no. I think she's 25, and so she might respond differently to some things than Anaya does. Because that literally has nothing to do with it. That's why. Like, I'm okay with y'all. I'm okay with y'all disagreeing, but you got to stay on topic. Yes, Toya Burke. Yes, that's why. Different conversations. CMJ, I think the difference between Anaya, Casey, and Bryce is that Anaya but it has nothing to do with night 1, which is what we were talking about. That's why, right? Anaya's insecurities are showing up as a result of people saying things directly to her to provoke her insecurities. They are pouring into a wound that she has. KC's insecurities are a result of something he has actually experienced. Bryce's insecurities are based on hypotheticals. That's his internal voice. He is actually an insecure person, not having insecurities. He ain't watched Trinity yet have a man come in or in at all at any point where she was all up on their body. He is formulating that in his head because of what he thinks about himself and what he thinks she's attracted to. I don't know what you're talking about, Stone. What you're talking about is him saying, I can't fix something that's not broken, probably. And him saying, I can't address something that's a trauma that has nothing to do with me. Casey's not wrong. Casey's not wrong in that statement. Tierra, I'm not sure they do. I know, listen, I know not everybody is looking at it through like a whole picture lens, but her mom has talked about what I told y'all I thought her personal journey was on the island. Her mom has already addressed that and said that pretty much, right? That is probably what is being triggered for her. That doesn't exist. That's not a KC thing. She would be dealing with that no matter who she was in a relationship with. She would be wondering if the other shoe was going to drop with anyone. That's not explicit to KC.
Oh, I remember when you have to do this for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think that everybody just needs to give them a fucking break. They are not the only people on that island fumbling through. They're not the only ones doing that. And we have people directly lying to the faces of their partners, making microaggressive comments about their partners, doing manipulation tactics by withholding breakfast and affection to their partners. And we are not discussing that nearly as much as we are discussing KC and Anaya. And I don't think that's fair. You have actual behaviors in real time you can point to, not what you think might have been said that we just didn't get to see it on the screen. And that's why they said that. I'm just saying, guys. He called Kata aggressive literally when she just said, Zach, let's go talk. Bryce called it an argument when Trinity said, I want more affection. And then spent several days saying how he thought that she didn't like him and that he wanted to explore Kata. Why are we not locked in and clocked in on that? That's weird. Why are we not? Y'all, come on. I don't often talk about Melanie and Sincere, y'all, because I feel like Melanie and Sincere are extremely predictable. I don't know what else there is to say about them. I feel like anybody like watching this show pretty much knows how they're going to play out. Thoughts on Corey? Corey should go home. I personally, me as a human, did not love Corey being in Trinity's space and, you know, all that shit and kissing on her the night before and then sitting in Melanie's face and saying, you were my first option always. What? That's weird. Since I've said since the very beginning of the season, I don't have a favorite couple. I didn't like that, guys, personally. Roxanne, because there are wounds that exist for both KC and Anaya that exist before each other. I think that Casa is actually their ultimate test. Their first test was that conversation and then the letter challenge. That was their first test. Casa is their ultimate. I don't have a favorite couple. At one point, I did have a top boy and a top girl. What do I think of Anaya and Carl? I've only seen one 6-minute conversation, 5-minute conversation. Not very long. What I saw didn't move me. I actually felt uncomfortable with some of it, but personally, Mac, and I'm not fucking with that. Listen, for me, it's not even just I think that actually Anaya would benefit from an older man, but at 23, I think she should do a solid 25, 26. I think anything older than that right now, with what I'm watching her areas of growth be, I think would be inappropriate right now. It would not be appropriate right now. There's still some fundamental work that I think she needs to do before she could be with someone that old. Yeah, so Yana, what I perceive Anaya as is someone that I have a video about this too, but I'll tell you. I perceive Anaya as a person that is hyper vigilant and constantly waiting for the other shoe to drop. What I said in my video is that I was supposing, based on what I was seeing from her, that she's probably had the experience in the past of not being able to trust people's intentions, but that she never heard it from that person directly. She found it out in a roundabout way from other people. And so when Zach and Bryce say these things to her, when Trinity says these things to her, it activates a wound that has little to do with like her experience on the island. It's really something that has already existed before. I think she also alluded to that then in her letter. And then that episode 15, her mom did like a review of the episode, like she talked about it or whatever. And she said that she was like, I think part of what is happening for Anaya is she's a very direct person. And so she feels like she's getting it from other people rather than you directly, that is going to frustrate her. I think that Anaya needs to get to the place of being willing to, if you're going to be in a relationship, part of you has to get to the space of you might get hurt. You might get your feelings hurt. Something might happen, but we can't wall up in the process. And until we're ready to take the risk, maybe we should take a step back. Because relationships are risky. That's just the reality of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's risky. It is. It might take 15 years for the other shoe to drop. You know what I'm saying? So like, I think we just have to, I think she needs to get to a place where she's willing to down-regulate about that. And I think she also should be really forthcoming about it with the partner. And she's going to need a partner that is willing to continue, unfortunately, creating, like, I understand that that's taxing, but like creating reassurance around the safety. Bunny smiles, that's true. That's what I perceive as her like individual journey on this island is, can she learn to let herself lean in even if she might get hurt around a thing and just see what happens. Y'all want to know? I don't, y'all, we saw 5 minutes of her and Carl. We saw 5 minutes of her and Carl. Not even 5. I will tell you all what I said the first night that the man was on. I don't see anything behind his eyes yet. I'm waiting to see something behind his eyes. Once I see something behind his eyes, then I will feel like I can lean into the trust of this man likes her for real. behind the eyes, what I mean by that is like, right now it's blank and it feels a little dissociative. Go back and watch the scene in the hug at the end. I put it into a pineapple with the scarf. I want her to bring him back too. I want her to bring Carl back too, because I think she needs to. Even though I don't necessarily think that I want them together, I think she needs to bring him back. My perception of Anaya and Carl is that I wonder what we did not see in their conversation. What did editing cut out for us that made her feel like he was a green flag, green flag, green flag, green flag? Because like all I heard was about chickens and studying abroad and speaking more than one language and volleyball. I want to know, what did they talk about that felt like all these green flags that I didn't get to see? Because now it's making me feel like, mamas, what? Are you overly going for stuff that's like not something to be really going about? Like, what is that? Just Brit, correct. And then her saying, I feel seen. I feel like I want to know what was said that I didn't get to see that made her feel all of that. I am curious. Because honestly, I think it's a perception around his status and what she has been raised to believe she's supposed to marry into. And that's not a dig. I think that has to do with what we've talked about before between her and KC, right? She's accustomed to being in certain types of spaces and in certain types of rooms. And I think that she has been groomed to expect a certain type of man with a certain type of lifestyle. And I think that he exhibits those traits to her. And I think a lot of the attraction is to that. And to be clear, that would be true whether it was a Asian man or a black man. So don't call that girl fucking colorist. That man is not Sean without a baby. No shade. No shade. But Sean is not nearly... Yes, it's absolutely okay. It's nothing wrong with it. I have not done the research, but people have looked up this man online. And where he went to school, his hobbies do suggest a family of means. And I think that she can sense that. Carl does, Yana. Of means, China, of wealth. They have money. They got money, honey. They putting extra butter on the popcorn at the movie theater. De'Ara, it's not to say that he... It's not about saying KC doesn't have money, but we're also not going to pretend that we didn't hear KC talking about how he's inspired to travel because of Anaya. He has not lived the same life as Anaya. Like, we're going to be honest about that, right? Good. I'm glad she's gone. Oh no, I'm not revisiting him. I'm sorry, friend. You can catch it on YouTube. I don't necessarily agree, Yana. I didn't see it. It sounded like inspiration, and that to me is not the same as like it provoked him to want to do something, not just like, wow, I admire that. It felt inspirational. That's different. I don't think that it's about love winning out, y'all. I mean, or about like money being more important than love to her. But her mother has said directly, she was raised as a princess intentionally. If you think that she's not going to want that for her future life, I would say, why? Why would you think that now that would change for her? And I'm not saying that KC is not a man that could ever get there. That's not my point. So don't twist my words. What I am saying is that I'm sure she perceives Carl as already there. Yeah, it's not about her mom not liking Casey. It's not about that, right? It's just about people are asking me what I think about her and Carl. I think that part of what is driving the green flag, oh, he's so sophisticated, I feel so seen, has to do with what feels familiar to her about what she has expected herself to marry into. And I think that it would be that way if it was Carl or anybody the fuck else. Even if they wasn't playing volleyball and their mama didn't have 5 chickens. I mean, yeah, production, he was sought out to come onto the show. Yeah, most people do marry into their class. It is unusual to not. Not impossible, but unusual. And it is very common, to Yana's point, for partners to resent their partner if they are, I will say that I've studied this mostly within Black relationship dynamics. To resent their partner if their partner is above them, doing better than them, right? But not all men react this way, to be perfectly frank. But it is statistically more common for that to be true. Okay, yeah, I've only ever, my study was in Black romantic relationship dynamics, so I don't know nothing about other people. I mean, I'm sure that it's true, but I can't speak from like actual what I studied. Beyonce's drop mic. I mean, you know, I would imagine that Anaya probably went to private schools. She got a range, like her mom posted a video of her like getting a Range Rover, I think for like her 16th birthday. Like they don't have a lot of things in common. They don't have a lot of things in common. And it is more common, though, it is more common for Black women to date down because of the way systems work in the United States. And that doesn't mean that those relationships aren't okay or successful, whatever. But like, yeah. That said, I've told y'all this plenty of times. Exactly, seventh letter. This is why it's always that deep. Because literally everything is fucking connected. User, I think what they're getting at is like Trinity and Anaya don't connect about some things. And that's not a negative. It's just they've lived different experiences. But like my husband has had people directly ask him before how he ended up married to me. And we're 15 years in. Yeah, 15. So like, it happens and it can be successful. But my husband is a man. He's like an aggressive student. He is an aggressive learner. You know, like he wants to, like, you know, raise himself up. And so he's not intimidated by me. He has that drive. And I don't perceive KC as not having that drive, but I can understand it being a disconnect for them right now. Ooh, I don't think that my thoughts haven't changed, Cheryl's. Trinity, I don't think she's the most mature. I think if she was I don't think she's the most mature on that island. The blessing report, you're more likely going to be in rooms with people that are the same class bracket as you. So that's probably who you would end up dating. The blessing report be trolling low key. Correct. 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 Is anyone on that island? I have said from the very beginning that for me, Anaya and KC were less about them being in game and more about what I thought they could learn from each other in the process of their time being on the island. Radisha, who would I say is the most mature on the island? Yeah, I think that they all are acting their age. I don't think anybody is like more mature than the other. And I think some people are acting immature for their age. But I don't perceive anybody right now as being like more mature than anybody else for somebody to be the most mature. Oh, you know what, Lovey? I be forgetting about him. Um, he should be. He should be, Paris. Unfortunately, he is not. Doesn't he turn 30 this week? Um, Rihanna, I think that this season was really, really fun for me to start. I think that the discourse is now veering into similar feelings of the discourse around Shelly and Alandria and Ace last season that I don't particularly enjoy. Private Mind, did Casey and Anaya learn something? I've said from the very beginning that I felt like Casey's personal journey on this island was for him to learn how to be less risk adverse and to take risk even when he doesn't know that the outcome will be in his favor. He's the only person I've seen do that so far. As much as people are not liking it, he's the only person I've seen say, this is what I'm doing. Here is the lesson. Here's what I'm going to do differently. Even if he's fumbling through it. Yana, what were my thoughts on Ace last year? While he was on the island, that he acted like a 22-year-old and that I thought people were giving him a little bit, they were putting 10s on 2s about him, because they thought he was cute. and that he needed to work on his communication style, and that he needed to take a little bit more ownership around some stuff. And I also thought that, like, he gave valid advice to Taylor when Taylor said, "I'm not attracted to Alandra," and he was like, "You need to figure that out. Like, you need to figure out what you're gonna do." Though I don't think that Taylor took that advice at all. Yeah. And I also thought he was an Energizer bunny. I said that. I've always thought that. He was a little bit too on go for me from night one. Talk about Caleb, him losing. What is it? I'm not trying to be mean, but like, what is there to talk about Caleb about? Caleb is a side character on the show. Caleb is a side character, and while I understand the girl's reasoning for keeping him, I think it was it was dumb, because which one of them was actually going to explore him? Nobody. Nobody. He's also 21, you know. Gabe would have been a great time in Casa. Gabe came into Bad's live the other day, and we told him that he would have been a great time in Casa, that we needed him to be there in Casa. Because Gabe would have been... Actually, I think that Gabe would have probably been the only one telling them, like, you need to, like... I don't know if he would have been hunching, but he definitely would have been telling him, like, you need to make the right decision for you. V, you're so funny. I agree, Private. Is there anyone on the show that I like how they carry themselves? Yeah, I used to have a top boy and a top girl. Right now, I'm just kind of like watching. When the season first started, my top girls were Anaya and Beatriz, and then Kata when she got there. Those were my top girls initially. Kata has since folded. Bea is gone. And I feel like Anaya's light has been gone for a couple weeks at this point, if I'm honest. I feel like her light has been gone since before Casey gave her that speech. I feel like I haven't seen her be the girl that she was on night one in a while. I don't connect with Trinity because I feel like she's a little too folded, and that's not her fault, but I just don't connect with her. Go ahead and cut the comments off, V. Care Bear, I think that's where it started. Yeah, I do. And I think she's been carrying that rejection wound since night one, too. And that's why she has such a hard time believing some of the stuff with Casey, too. My top boys, when the season started, it was singular because boys are always going to have a harder time with being top for me, and it was KC. have a harder time feeling invested in the boys. Do I think some of them are really interesting to observe and discuss? Sure. Being a fave of mine, that's a little bit harder. Like, they start at a deficit. And they have to work their way up. I never wanted Zach and Kata to go to the Hideaway. I wanted Naya and KC to go to the Hideaway so they could have fucking had alone time to talk. That's what I wanted. I wanted them to get the fuck away from everybody. Oh, 7th letter watch, y'all. You got 7K more. That's what I wanted. Was for them to have separate alone time to just chat. Okay, now that y'all are not asking me about Casey and Anaya no more. Melanie is going back to Sincere. Sincere's not bringing anybody back. He's kissing Amora because Amora is there. He's not moving for that girl for real. If you want to keep it a buck, production didn't bring anybody into Casa for Sincere. Nobody over there is for Sincere. In my opinion, obviously Sydney and TT are both there for KC. I think Amora was supposed to be there for KC too. She just chose Sincere. Because keep it a P, Sincere said that he thought TT was bad. But he ain't talking to her. He with Amora. Because Amora is a good time for a time. But he ain't taking nobody back. And I still think bro code is at play. I do. So I think part of the reason why he ain't talking to TT, even though he thought she was the baddest, is because KC is. Well, and TT has been very explicit that she is there for KC, which I think is a little bit scary. I'm going to give a prediction tomorrow for sure. I don't know if KC is going to bring TT back. I think he might, but I don't know for sure. Because I think that there are parts of her personality that are giving him pause. And for me, this is also KC's test. Is like, will he be able to recognize what is similar about her despite the physical connection? Will he be able to see beyond the thing that he's been missing finally being given to him to recognize whether or not he wants to do that? No, he said he didn't have nothing in common with either one of them, Aaliyah. They said, what do you have in common with TT? He said, and they're like, okay, what do you have in common with Anaya? He was like, I don't have shit in common with Anaya. So for me, really, I think that they're both kind of on the same level when it comes to that. Correct, AJC. If KC is saying that he feels boxed in or that he feels like he can't really explore or whatever, he better be clocking that about TT. This woman has known you for 24 hours and she was damn near losing her shit about another girl sleeping in your bed in Casa. What? You better be clocking it. You better be clocking it. He did. And the boys are telling him, is he going to learn the lesson? And I don't think that that means he can't bring her back, but he needs to know what he's getting into. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Obviously Caleb is, if he finds somebody. Zach isn't. Bryce isn't, and I don't think Sincere is either. Corbin is. So Corbin and Caleb definitely, potentially KC. I won't forget. It's going to be a subscriber only video though, probably. I don't know. No, Zach ain't even talked to that Persian. He went from a 22-year-old to a 21-year-old. He like him young. And he's in constant competition with his brother. So she got his attention as soon as she said that. He told us that from the moment he walked in that motherfucker. And that's why, you know what? To your point, I think it's interesting we haven't seen Bryce and Zach together in Casa. And that's why Zach is in them confessionals crying about Trinity. He needs his emotional support person. And he's not getting any fulfillment from Zach right now. He's a person that needs external validation. It's not internalized. It's not intrinsic for him. But that's kind of the point, right? They be laid up under each other in the villa. They're together. Obviously, they're all together. But it's not the same as when they're in the villa. But it's not, his value is not intrinsic. Which is why he told y'all in that confessional that Trinity makes him feel like he's enough. He doesn't think that on his own. No, I think that Bryce is just extremely insecure. The blessing report, I'm not sure. I mean, he used to be a model, right? So like part of that industry, you're constantly being picked apart. That's why it's so triggering to him to think that Trinity's type is going to come in. Because I'm sure he's lost jobs because he wasn't the look they were going for, right? Like he has experience with being rejected simply based on how he looks. Does that level of insecurity breed a cheater? No, what it breeds is a codependent relationship. And when that person no longer can fulfill you, when all of your validation of yourself is externalized and that person is no longer fulfilling that, the relationship will fall apart. It breeds codependency. And it breeds obligation and potentially resentment. It's not about it being a job. It's about what happened within the job. It's just like if you went to the military and you came home with PTSD. Yeah, that's going to impact your relationship, right? Smart bitch. I think that Trinity is going to come out potentially to a lot of opportunities. And I think that if it is not the same or more, that's going to be hard on him. To be perfectly honest, There's probably some Bernadines in here, but you'll be okay. He's the person that I would see the most as being resentful of partner success right now. Because he's got feelings that existed before he ever came in this villa. Yes, I think more than Zach. Zach doesn't mind Kata being desired. That's not the problem. The problem only arises when she might be moved by someone's desire for her. I don't think he would mind people's eyes being on her. Would he want to be at every photo shoot? Would he want to be at every appearance? Correct. That's what I see with their dynamic. And then he just actively tries to alter her reality about what's happening, telling her that she was aggressive and she had to go at you. Like, that is not at all what happened. And he was just going to keep telling her that that's what happened. I would say that Bryce is the Austin of Shelley and Austin, if we were comparing. Think about the conversations that Austin used to have with Shelley on that island. But I also don't think that we have to conceptualize these islanders always in the form of the prior islanders. But if we were going to, that's who I would say. Zach has a lot of smoke for Black women and their responses to things. It's very microaggressive, all while he has that, Black woman's body on his body. So be clear, it does not matter whether they sexually desire you. Melanie and Sincere, y'all, I'm sorry, they're boring because they're so predictable. Sincere grew up with the mother that has described herself as psycho, right? Emotionally explosive, and this is why he can handle Melanie, right? He literally chose the partner that is his mom. It's predictable. There's nothing to see here. Melanie is the person that said all of her partners would be in the damaged bin. And she said, that she's had partners that were liars and cheaters. And she also said, he up there kissing her right now and I'm going to forgive him anyway. They are literally playing out the playbooks that they've always played before they ever came on this island. They are choosing what feels familiar. They are choosing what feels like home. This is why they've been telling each other from the very beginning, you seem familiar. You look so familiar. It's the energy, baby. Y'all are picking up on the fact that y'all are in the same energetic pattern that you have been doing before you ever got to this island, but neither one of you are clocked the fuck in to realize maybe I should get up out this motherfucker. Like maybe I should want something different from myself. That's what I think about Melanie and Sincere. I think that Melanie and Sincere could stay together outside the villa. I really do. That has nothing to do with me thinking it's going to be healthy, though. I think it really just depends on what is Melanie's limit. What is her stopping point? Oh, absolutely motivational healing. 100%. 100%. If you're going to do something that's traumatic, would you not rather do the thing that's traumatic that feels familiar to you, because that makes you less anxious, right? I've talked about this before. There are some people that are so anxious, they will watch the same show over and over again because, well, I already know that this character is going to, be redacted and that character is going to be raped and that character, you already know what's happening. So it feels less traumatizing for you. It feels like comfort to watch the same show over and over again. That's Melanie and Sincere this season on the island. Which is not uncommon. I don't think everyone wants Sincere and Corbin. Like in Casa, who's going for Corbin besides that 27-year-old that was in his DMs before? When he was even younger. Princess, and honestly, that's probably why I like watching them the most. It's because they're the only ones that I'm watching. Actually, I did Kai that I'm watching do actual work. As much as it's uncomfortable for people, I think that Anaya is behind in her work, but I think she's making a good effort. For girls, I think that Anaya should bring back Carl. We'll have to see if she has more conversations for them. I already said it, the blessing report. Jordan, I already gave them. I need to see more conversations from them as to whether or not I think she actually will, but I think that she should. Even if she doesn't couple up with that man, because I said what I said. Right now, his eyes look like how Kenny's eyes used to look to me. I want to see something behind them. Kai, I disagree. Her core wound is screaming at her. Yes, they do. I mean, I feel like lots of people really liked Kenny when he was on the season of season 6. I always perceived him as not liking Janae. And people thought I was a hater when I said it. When they ended up on Beyond the Villa, I was like, yeah, I'm still not convinced. People thought I was, oh, you just for being a hater. And then they broke up. Like I fucking said. I didn't say that to people, but like, it never clicked for me every time I saw them together. So correct beeps. To me, it was never giving anything behind the eyes. It's sort of this like, right? Rather than like, is it in your eyes? Is it there? I don't see it yet. And that doesn't mean it won't be there, but I just haven't seen it yet. I was very off put by the when that scene ended and that hug at the end. Also when they were kissing and she was cradling his face and then they pulled away and she was like lingering and he took her hand and like put it down. I was just off put by a couple of things. So I just I want to see more before I really am like, oh, okay, right now, I'm not moving yet. And I want y'all to be honest about, listen, I don't know about that. I haven't heard that. I also want to like, anyway, it doesn't matter. Carl, that's what we're talking about. Also, when he went to like lift her up, and then, you know, she was like grabbing his arm and getting up, and then he was like immediately like, I don't know, I didn't like it. It felt weird. And then she stuck her hand out to cue him to like hold her hand, and then he offered his arm, and then she like, I don't know why everybody's panties was wet, to be perfectly honest. I was like, okay, y'all like chicken and Duolingo. I got it. Like, let's give it a minute first. Let's just give it a minute before we start shipping them, y'all. Like, damn, relax. Y'all be too easily moved. Like, let's just watch first. Yeah, P.S. So did Janae with Kenny. Kenny. So that don't mean shit to me. I'm just watching still for me. That he don't like her for real. Lovey Sam, I'm not saying he's not. What I'm saying is we don't have enough for me to say that I'm shipping them. I don't see enough for me to ship them right now. All the edits and stuff, I'm not there yet. I don't know how people got there already. But people are very, you know, they hate this person and then love this person, and now the next episode done played, and oh, you're back on my client list, and then the next, like, oh golly. Just give it a minute. I'm not shipping nobody, y'all. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed by any of the couples. I have moved from a space of thinking that I think pretty much since like week 1, I moved from a space of like, oh, I'm going to like feel something about one of these couples, to more about like, okay, like, what do I see that they can like get out of this experience? That's where I am with all of them. What can they get out of this experience with one another? What can they learn on the island this season, you know? So nobody makes me have like a fluttery feeling inside. Nobody. But to be fair, I didn't feel that last season either until Soul Ties. Bryce ain't yearning for Trinity. He misses his emotional support person. Oh, you know what? I forgot. You're right. That letter did move me. Casey and Anaya's letters did move me. I liked that. But see, if you've been listening to me since the season started, you know that I've been on this. Cause I was talking about it with Beatrice and Gabe. I was like, that man is not her man. No, that letter did not move me. That man is not her man. Team Candy, why are you always so offended at him laughing? That man is not her man, right? But Beatrice is getting something out of it. And I love that for Beatrice. I knew that wasn't her man. I don't care about that. But if she was going to get something out of that experience, I'm happy for her. Not when Caleb said legs up, please. I also laugh when I get nervous, so I don't actually care. I laugh when I get nervous or uncomfortable. I don't I don't actually care about it. No, the blessing report. I think that people should sit with more of what their own triggers are and why. I loved what Beatrice got out of her and Gabe's dynamic. She got to feel soft. She got to feel desired. I loved that for her. Outside of that, no. But him offering that to her so now she can take that into her next relationship, yes. Right now, I don't feel like anybody on this island is in game. I feel like all of these people are a lesson for each other. Right now. Like, people want me to do predictions about these couples, and I'm like, that they're all going to break up. Like, what? That's the prediction right now. And I'm okay with that. Oh, thank you so much. I did say my thoughts on Bryce and Trinity. Do I think if Casey and Anaya had a real conversation, could they actually make it work? Only if they went to therapy. Because what they need is not just a conversation. Sure, that would be a start. But again, what they are dealing with is stuff that exists outside of each other. For real, for real. Kai, I don't agree with that statement. I don't agree with that statement. No, Brindity is not real. That's my thoughts on them in a summation. Trinity has convinced herself she likes that man because she feels bad for that man because he has made her be his security blanket in the villa. And now he's crying because he don't have his emotional support person and he does not feel secure within himself and needs that continued validation from her in order to feel okay. An insecure man in relationships are dangerous, and I would like my young 22 lit intern little black girl to not be doing that with no 30-year-old fucking man. What couple are you most rooting for, even though you're not moved by any, if you had to pick one? Well, to be fair, I don't know what the couples are yet. Because they have to recouple. I just realized my phone is turned on, guys. Okay. So technically, I don't know what the couples are. I don't think that Trinity is at all Casey's type when you look at Anaya's body and you look at Tiara's body. No shade. But I think part of what he is more physically attracted around with Tiara is she got just a little bit more up top than Anaya does. And that wagon is a little bit higher. I think that he likes a particular type of body type. And it's not Trinity. So I don't want people to explore people just for the sake of like exploring. What I would have liked to have seen was Anaya explore Sincere, even though he didn't pick her to couple up with on night one. Because you were attracted to that man and you thought y'all had a lot in common. And maybe they did and we didn't see it. That's not true, the blessing report. Because Bryce likes him as petite and thin as he can get him. Low key, Trinity's a little too top heavy for him. No, I agree. He friend zoned her, and I don't think it actually would have been good for her. But that was the only person. Thoughts on Corbin? He is less annoying the more often that he's not on the screen. And I do think that he is actually a good friend to Casey. I fear that he actually is a good friend to Casey. I know people probably don't want to hear that. But him and Caleb so far are the only people that have actually listened to Casey, process his emotions, offered, support, asked questions to make him think a little bit more deeply about it, and didn't go run it back because they feel threatened by his relationship with Anaya. Casey and Trinity would only eat because y'all like aesthetically and maybe personality wise how they would be together. He's not attracted to her. See, if they had coupled up, then y'all would have spent all season talking about how he don't really like her. He ain't really attracted to her. She's not really his type. Why would we do that? Why would we do that, guys? Sims is free. Download the base game and play it. Download the base game and play Sims, okay? These people are not your Sims. Oh my gosh, y'all are so funny. Sims, the base game is free. You only have to pay for the packs now. Listen. Blessing report, honestly, I'm going to put it to you like this. This is why people started shipping Anaya with Sincere when they got mad at Casey the first time. And I was like, are y'all dumb? Because why would you want someone with someone that had to grow to like them based on their labor and their personality? Like, why would you not want someone to desire their person, to want their person? Like, I don't think it's anything wrong with wanting people to have an initial attraction and desire for you. Yes, child. Oh, y'all got to get to 200K in 3 minutes or the comments are going off. I think that Trinity, bless her heart, is 22 with a 22-year-old mind that is susceptible to influence. Yeah, but they gave you a new tap goal. That was a long time ago. Trinity's body type is Bryce's body type. I do think that she's a little top heavy for him. I think that Bryce prefers Kata's body type more. I think that Trinity is savvy for a 22-year-old the same way I thought that Little Man was mature for a 22-year-old last season. You can only be as savvy as you have had access to and opportunities to practice that savviness in. He's had 8 more years to practice than you. I'm about to bring up a panel. I'm going to let y'all yap. Let me say this in my commenters, you can absolutely disagree. You're going to have more to say than an insult or a one-line statement. You need to be able to execute an argument. And I get not wanting to tap out an argument. Hop up on the panel. but you need to be able to articulate an actual argument. Nobody from the girl side of Casa is bringing anybody back outside of guaranteed Jen and Kenzie. Maybe Anaya. Listen, Amira, golly. I don't want no haters up here, no stands up here, no fucking shippers up here. Don't be weird. Melanie, Trinity, and Kata ain't bringing nobody back. They ain't bringing nobody back. Ooh, not y'all's comments got cut off. Not y'all went to comment purgatory. One of my commenters said earlier, and I don't disagree, a lot of you all are, what's the word? Misinterpreting triggers for intuition. You're triggered. You're not sure, is it intuition? Or am I just triggered? That's your opportunity to reflect. To seriously answer the question about Casey and Anaya for real, they would have to get to a space where they actually felt like they chose each other, and they would have to get to a space where they actually felt safe, where it wouldn't matter what anybody outside of them said to her about them. Where she felt like she could trust, no, he actually does want me. He actually does choose me. If he comes back from Casa and were to choose Anaya, I think that is what would do it for her. I think that would seal it for Anaya. If that were to happen. Because she could finally let go of this thought that he's just waiting for the next best thing. And he's just using me to get by. Because he actively had an option that he pursued and still chose her. That is what I think she needs to know. And if that were to happen, that's the only way that I could see her actually letting it go and being able to be like, nah, I know where we stand. I know that he chooses me. That's the only way I could see that actually happening. And I do think, no shade, all tea, she is going to have to stop using physical affection as a tool if that is truly what is happening. If that is truly what is happening, she can't keep doing that. That she can't do that. That's going to be harmful. They both need to give something. So the blessing report, I think that's a great question. I'm going to bring up the panel. That's a great question. I've said before that there are times that I will feel something about someone on Love Island, explicitly people last season. But I'm not sure, is that real? I think it really takes, you need to learn how to take a beat. But I don't really expect these 23-year-olds to really know how to do that for real. Not for real, for real. I want us to also be willing to accept that it's okay if these people are only together for the island. AJC, I think that is influencing some of it, but she is absolutely feeling something in her body. She's absolutely feeling something in her body. Correct, Pia. You have to be willing to take a beat and ask yourself, is this real? I don't know how old y'all are. I don't know how old y'all are, but there used to be a commercial that said, "Is it real or is it Memorex?" Do y'all know what I'm talking about? It used to be like a tape. Anyway, it don't matter. But the whole point was like, you do? The whole point is like, is it really? So it would be like a person singing. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Okay, it would be a person singing and be like, is it real or is it Memorex? Right? Because sometimes things look and feel a certain way, but is it actually real? Or am I just feeling it? Because again, our bodies don't, I've told y'all this before, I'm gonna say it again, sorry. Our bodies will register the threat even if it's familiar, even if it's not actually a threat. I've told y'all the story about the person that I knew that almost redacted because they got caught up in a current of a river. And for years afterwards, when they would get their hair washed, the sound of the water would trigger an instinctive reaction in their body, even though they weren't in a river. So you need to be up. I want you to pay attention to what you feel. And then I want you to get curious as to whether the threat is actually real or if it's a memory that is being provoked. Which is why I'm not mad at Anaya coming to ask KC. I'm not mad at it. Do I think they need to give the girl a piece of paper and a goddamn pen so she can journal some stuff and look back and reflect sometimes so he doesn't always have to be the source of her truth? Sure. Trills, y'all gotta cut that shit. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean, babe. But I want y'all to acknowledge that the same thing that y'all think KC feels about being rejected that first week is exactly what Anaya feels, which is why she keeps asking them fucking questions. Stop only putting that shit on KC. Because she doesn't know if that man would choose her either, which is why neither one of them felt better until the fucking letter challenge when they both chose each other. But then here come Bryce bitch ass. Here come Bryce bitch ass. They're both feeling that. They're both feeling the damn, does somebody actually want me? Would this person have actively chosen me? They are both feeling that. Stop only putting it on one person. They're both being triggered by it. Not y'all reporting me. I don't care about showing up on the FYP, losers. I still said what I said. Okay, no worries, Lauren. It's not personal. That's what y'all are not understanding. If Anaya had stood behind Casey's door and Melanie stood behind Casey's door, and then Casey chose Melanie and she ended up coupled up with Sincere, and then she heard the things from boys that she would feel the same way. It's not about Casey. It's about what is being triggered in her body. The difference is Sincere would have lied directly to her fucking face.
Clock it.
He would have lied straight to her fucking face, right?
That boy got lies like people got popsicles in their freezer. Which color you want? We doing banana or strawberry today? I got some blue ones too. You know them blue ones be hitting. Anywho.
Like it would have literally just been, listen, Lovey Sam. She would have sat him down about that goddamn boat. And he would have been like, no, I was never going to do that. No, I wasn't going to explore her. It's you. I want you. That's what would have happened. That's what would have happened. But KC told her the truth. And instead of y'all being like, oh, like, he is honest with her, y'all were like, see, he was lying all that time. He said he didn't want to explore soul. Like, oh my God, y'all be picking up that goalpost and moving that bitch wherever. I love y'all though. I really do. Okay, everybody is up here. Not a demon with a bust down, please. Y'all are funny for that. Okay, Gigi, can you take care of the panel for a second? So by Athena, I think Barber, I know Bi and Athena, oh shit, that wasn't maybe on purpose. Bi and Athena are definitely subs, and so will you give them 5 minutes? Barbara and Amanda, are y'all subscribers? I don't remember.
No, I'm new to the page. How much is the subscription? I gotta sign up.
Okay. You don't have to, but if you
Yes, you do.
if you click on my face, there's an option to subscribe, and I think it's $3.99. I don't fucking remember, y'all. I made it a long time ago, but I think it's $3.99 for the lowest tier, and you get all of my videos that I don't post to the general public. If you do that, okay.
It's funner over there. I'm not even gonna capture you. You might as well just go ahead and do it, girl. It makes you feel a little bit more peaceful.
It is a lot more regulated over there. The comments are controlled, okay?
Okay.
All right, Gigi, I'm going to step away for a second. You got it. Thank you. Okay, Vi, go ahead, my love.
Okay, first of all, hey everybody. Second of all, I'm gonna wait when it comes to the gifting because this is the third time that I done got up on panel and I started gifting first and then y'all dip off. Stop running off with my coinage. It's rude. At least say something first. Third of all, ain't nobody making it to the reunion. Everybody gonna be dumped. It's not gonna happen. I'm not here for Bryce's tears about him all of a sudden really feeling like, you know, he misses Trinity so bad or whatever, and it's just given that nobody's feeling for Bryce and Casa, in my opinion. So I don't care because of all the girls, he ends up sleeping with Sydney. What you trying to do? You don't think I can see you? I got my glasses on and they're clean. Stop playing with me. Get out my face. Casey, boy, just be Kelly. He just put your wings on Casey and fly. I'm tired of him. Just do what you want to do. But however, if you take TT back to the villa, they jumping her. I don't care. They jumping her. I feel like she also needs to chill out a bit too. You know, it's great to know what you want, but are you sure that's what you want? And how do you know that for sure when you are still trying to get to know somebody? Again, I think Casa was kind of like a we had hope and they tricked us, y'all. So, you know, if y'all want to sue, hit my DMs because I feel like they owe us some money. Because how y'all gonna do that on the first part of Casa and then we get to the girls and they get 12. They got a dozen and then scrambled out none of them eggs. And the 6 that they had left, I don't like it. But I guess to each his own. Don't get mad at me. I'm not mad at the Asian persuasion situation with Anaya. I guess, girl, I mean, I was told we can start bringing fried rice to the cookout. So, you know, leave me alone. I like to eat. So, yeah. And everybody else can just go suck something. And stop sucking each other toes. Y'all feet was on the ground. Y'all are nasty. A mint and Listerine is not gonna fix that. I will not be kissing none of these folks in this villa as much as toes has been in their mouth in the last 3 episodes. It's disheartening. I don't like it. It's not giving me freaky nature things. Like, I don't want to go back and do nasty things with my boyfriend that I'm trying to figure out how I got a boyfriend anyways. Y'all are not helping me over here. And I'm just gonna stay where it's safe under Tina's umbrella and let the rest of y'all go handle that. Just let me know when to vote. I'm tired. I'm through.
I feel like they should have given the girls more time to get to know the 12 guys. Like, how do you get to know somebody in like half a day?
And that's another thing. Thank you, Bookie. But Amanda, hold on. I'm about to give you real good, girl. Don't drop after I give you. I said what I said in the beginning. And first of all, don't sit there and try to play with me. Out of the 12 men that was over there, I only saw 4 of those men speak. What happened? And then that's the 6 we got. Oh, the girls, this is as a group, this is the 6 that they chose. Can a hoe can see in her twin? It's the only, it got to pick the man. It's what y'all trying to say without telling me that's what y'all, get me out of here. I don't even see, it's not fun. It's not fun. I thought I was about to have some fun and y'all played me. Y'all straight played me. So I quit. I said it, I quit.
I have 2 guests in the queue. I have a question. Shyla and Malaya Jolie, will you tell me if you're actually trying to come up? Sometimes people accidentally request, so I want to do that. Roxanne, and you know what? I totally get that. I think that you're spot on. I also feel like it's not fair to hold people captive to one thought, one time. Lots of us change our mind all the time when we get more data and more information. A lot of us do it about this show.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Tina, you should send Sin City, the mayor of Sin City, and tell him to say Epsom salt, and let's see what happens.
Epsom salt.
I don't think he would actually be able to pronounce it. Like, send him Epsom salt and then see how he pronounces. I just want to see something.
Wait, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, no worries. Hold on a second, y'all. No worries. It happens when you're tapping the screen. Sometimes you can accidentally request. I just feel like for me, when it comes to who they kept, like, sure, I would have loved to see. I was shocked is what I will say. I was shocked by who they chose to keep. That said, I also wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? And who knows what they smelled like, whether they were boring, if they had any personality, like, I don't know. I just don't know. Not a scapegoat of the season. Y'all are too much. This is the epitome of their experience, y'all. You feel me? And so I just feel like we should let them have this test. This is the epitome of the relationship and really seeing what's going to happen, and so they need to just immerse themselves into the experience, and we need to just be okay with that. Okay. Okay. Amanda, I'm gonna come to you and then I'm gonna work my way down. Okay. I do. So I don't know if you're new to my panel, Amanda. I don't know if you've been up here. I can't remember. But I do give everybody a timer. Y'all please stay within your time. After everybody gives their thoughts, then we'll kind of open it up and share. But Amanda, please go ahead and give me your thoughts, my love.
Hi, hello. I don't know if I was very happy that Casey found somebody, the TT girl. Like, he clearly did not want to be in the situation with Anaya. Like, you could feel it, the way he would always roll his eyes. And do I feel that he is wrong? The only thing I feel is that he was behaving a little cowardly in the way that, because he did want to explore Soul, but he wasn't really going after it. He felt like he wanted her to come, because he said, like, if she chats to me, I'm a chat to her back. But like, Soul wasn't really like pushing herself on everybody. And as she said, it felt like Couples Island. So I don't blame her for not pushing herself on people. But if Casey, sincere, one thing is sincere, he will just do what he wants to do. He don't care. Even if he's a liar, even whatever he is, he will just do what he feels like he wants to do. And I feel like Casey should have just went for it. It doesn't stop thinking about what the audience would think about black love and all of that. Just go for, because Soul is a black woman. She's a black woman, not because she's lighter skinned, that she means she's not a black woman. She comes from 2 black parents. People need to understand that black people can come in all shades and colors. So Casey should have just went for it. He should have just went for it and just been himself. And Anaya cry. Melanie was crying for 14 days and 14 nights. And Cynthia still was with Soul. He should have just went for it. I truly believe so. That's my thoughts on the situation with them. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Y'all know that. Listen, I'm reading the comments, right? And I think that y'all know me well enough by now. What do y'all think one of my triggers is? I feel like that y'all probably know me well enough by now to know that one of my triggers is when people lie on people. I don't like being lied on. My integrity means a lot to me. And so I don't like when you all lie on the Islanders. Okay. I don't like it, especially because you literally have access to the show. Absolutely, Nola. You know, you probably see my video where I talked about it. I'm like, I don't like when y'all misunderstand me. Don't misconstrue my words. I said what the fuck I said. I don't need you to read between lines that are not there. Okay. I don't like that. All right. So I just went back to the scene because y'all are annoying me about this scene with, well, I know you're not trying to, but this scene with Corbin and KC. I'm going to read for you exactly what is said between the two of them. Okay. I'm going to tell you exactly what the two of them say in this conversation because I need y'all to stop saying he resents Sanaya for not picking him on the first night. All right. We're going to say what he said. So they sit down. Hold on. They walking over. Oh, y'all want to hear it? Hold on. Can y'all hear it? Can y'all hear it? It's not playing right now. Okay, I'm about to take it back. Please listen. Please listen. Okay? All right.
This toast is for the ladies.
Okay, shut up. We don't care. Get to the...
Okay. Walking into a casino before sending ourselves into financial ruin.
I say tonight we're gonna solidify shit, bro. You gonna talk to? I'm gonna try with TT and be like, I want to speak with you. I still fuck with Naya, but like, yeah, this shit.
I still fuck with Anaya, but like, yeah. So stop saying. Okay.
Yeah, I'm connected to TT, and I told Parmita as I was like, listen, if you were there when I walked into that villa next to Kenzie and you, I would have pulled you for more chats and coupled up with your ass. Yeah, bro. I feel the same. I can really say the same. Say the same thing, bro. Yeah, you can say the same thing. You just have more of a personal connection with it, also, bro. Physically, I have more attracted to TT, and on top of that, she pursues me, bro. Yeah, that too. I'm when I go back, bro, off of my spot, I'm finna go up. Does that shit play in your head though? The fact that like Naya didn't really pick you there. That's what I was saying, bro. I was like, I be telling Naya, you didn't pick me, bro. Yeah.
What happened? What happened in that part about not being picked? Corbin asked him directly, does it play in your head? And he said, well, yeah, I told that to Naya, which you already fucking saw when they had that conversation in Soul Ties. Y'all heard that conversation where he said to her, when you say to me that I'm just using you to coast through another week, that really feels disrespectful to me because, you know, like you didn't pick me the first night either. You heard him say that already. They both feel that way. Move on. Let it go. Stop acting like you're getting some gotcha on the man for some shit you already heard him say before. They were a default couple. That's just the reality of it. Let it go. And so both of them are fucking triggered. Both of them are fucking triggered because they were a default couple. So does she. Owie, she pulled him for how many conversations behind it? How many conversations did they have because she felt triggered that he didn't actually choose her and didn't really want her? How many conversations did they have? Because people were running shit back. So yeah, at some point, he is probably going to say, listen, girl, like you keep saying this to me. The reality is it's also true for you. Can we let it go? And I don't know about y'all, but I'm the friend. You can only tell me a story so many times, baby. You can only tell me the story so many times. At some point, I'm just going to sit there looking at you while you're talking to me. I'm just going to be like, So y'all being frustrated with that boy, being like, oh my gosh, why are we talking about this again? It's weird because I feel like y'all would be, well, maybe y'all wouldn't. Maybe y'all like having the same conversations over and over. I don't know. I don't. Cause you only gonna tell me that shit so many times before I'm like, girl, you don't want my advice. You don't want to hear what I got to say. You just gonna do what you want to do. So baby, just do it. Why you keep asking me if you just gonna do what you want to do? Why you keep asking me if you just gonna keep believing what you want to believe? I already told you what it is. Y'all lucky he didn't say that shit to her. Y'all are doing too much. Y'all are acting like y'all got something last night when really all he said is what y'all have already heard that man say. And he asked a question that was directly asked of him. But everybody is perfect. Nobody has insecurities triggered. Like something, seventh letter. That man also is not lying. He's not lying about, you don't like the way he said it, and that is fair. That is totally fair. You don't like the way he said it. But he also is not lying to say that if he brings TT back, he is going to be desired and wanted and not have to question whether or not his partner would have chose. He's not going to have to do that. He's telling the truth about that. You don't like the way he said it. That's fair. But it's also not a lie. And it would be the same thing for Anaya with Carl if she were to bring him back. Because he said to her, you're one of the first people I looked at when I came in here, or whatever he said, right? It would be the same fucking thing. Which is why she feels seen and she feels, I guess that's why, child. I don't know. But I get that y'all don't like the way the man said it. But he's not lying. And you don't have a gotcha moment. You're not hearing anything you haven't heard. Do I need to play it again for y'all? Is he though? Is he Rio? Tell me what he said to her that then he did the opposite of it. Tell me when that happened. Come up. Who cares about them not having? That's so weird. Why does it matter? He also said he didn't have anything in common with TT. Y'all mad about that? Anaya also said that her conversations with Carl flowed better than with KC. Are y'all pissed off about that? Are y'all saying that she was faking it the whole time with KC? She never liked him? Correct, Beebs. That is, yes.
Tia, I got a question. Tia,
Yes,
Tina.
fine.
Sorry. Oh, my sister earlier. Don't judge me. On that note, because this is what came into my head when me and my friends were going back and forth about it, because they were just kind of like, yeah, KC has nothing in common with Anaya, then why did he still keep choosing Anaya? So my question was, well, how many opportunities did he have that he chose Anaya? Wasn't it only one with the letters?
Correct.
So with the letters, what letter would he been writing to who?
Soul was the other option.
Was another option, but in the context of you want, like, how are you gonna like write that? And that's okay. So wait, because that's what my friend said too. I said, but then check this out. We watched Souls after Sun,
and a live that she did, and she said that she actually did try to talk to Casey and vice versa, and every time they spoke, Anaya came and interrupted the conversation.
I'm about to shit on that.
So that's because, okay, good. Because I was hoping, because I said, let me talk to somebody that I know that got a real degree. Because y'all trying to Dr. Cheyenne me, and I don't trust you heifers. I love my friends, but you see how it's neither here nor there? You see what I just said? I have things and other things that I don't have in common with my friends, but yet we are still friends 10 plus years, but I will still go to a professional to see what I'm missing because I just don't trust y'all. So I need to hear it from an intelligent point of view. Yeah, I said it. My friends are stupid.
Just gonna say this. Soul has proven to me that she's an unreliable narrator, and that's not me shitting on her. It is me saying that Soul has said things that we have in 4K that disprove what she's saying. I'm gonna give you 2 examples. Number 1, her saying that Anaya interrupted every conversation that she had with Casey. We literally watched Anaya and Melanie watch Casey and Soul have a conversation. That was not interrupted. So immediately right there, you speaking in absolutes is an incorrect representation of what happened. It may have felt like every time, but it was not every time. It may have been a lot of times, but it was not every time. And the fact that you're speaking in absolutes when we have 4K proof that that did not happen means that you are not telling the truth correctly. You're putting 10s on your 2s. The other moment, obviously we know that F, but we also are all watching the show Dingbat. The other moment that I feel like I can't really trust her as a reliable narrator is when she says that Bryce just kept pulling Kata for chats. I don't believe you. And the reason why I don't believe you is because we all watched a conversation between Bryce and Zach where Bryce said, how would you feel about me pulling her? And then he pulled her. She said, I see us as friends. You want me to think that he pulled her again after that? And why would he have pulled her before that if he then went to Bryce and asked him about it? Like,
and according to Soul, it was 5, 6, 7, 8 times after that.
Exactly.
That's what she said, which makes no sense.
So she's
only there for like 2 days, right? 3?
She's not being a reliable narrator about her experience. Right now, she is striking me as no shade. I'm really not trying to be shady. She is striking me as the other person that we had come off the island and start engaging with discourse on the internet and start letting that frame some of their experience on the island.
Andrea?
No, I'm not going to tell you who. That is what I am seeing, right? And so I need her to just stick. And I do think that she was very emotionally triggered during that time, which can cause misremembering. Certain things get fuzzy. But to then speak it as an absolute is like, we know that that's not, we watched it. You watched it. We know that that's not accurate. So for me, I can't trust Soul at face value. I can take it with a grain of salt. I believe that, that's what it felt like. I don't know if I think that's the truth completely. So that's where I pull back on the Soul with the whole Anaya critique. I don't know. I don't know that I believe that. Personally. But I just wanted to replay that conversation because Casey saying that he's more physically attracted to Tierra, he never once said, I'm not attracted to Anaya. We know he's attracted to Anaya. Y'all see how that man be on her body. Him saying, yeah, I feel the same about Tierra, that like I probably would have pulled her for more chaps and maybe even coupled up with her, is a valid feeling considering she is applying pressure about how much she likes that man. Why are y'all mad at him saying that? Right? him saying, yeah, that's what I told Anaya, like I could say the same thing, is not the same thing as that man resenting her for not picking him. He's telling you about the conversation we all watched in fucking Soul Ties that Corbin is not privy to until this moment. And it only came up in Soul Ties because he's like, can you stop saying it to me, girl? We both could feel this way. If I'm letting it go, I need you to let it go. And he also said in that conversation with Corbin, I'm still fucking with Anaya. Y'all hear what y'all want to hear because you want to confirm your bias. And again, I would rather people just say you don't like him. Just say, I don't like him for my own reasons. But stop telling lies about what the man says. Stop putting 10s on your 2s about him. Just don't like him. You don't have to like him. But have some integrity is how I feel, you know. Be a little integral in your critique of him. And him not having anything in common with her is such a stupid thing to be mad about. That is, I'm sorry, it is. It's a stupid thing to be mad about. Not having something in common with your partner does not mean that you don't like them. It doesn't mean you don't want to get to know them. It doesn't mean you're not attracted to them. It means that you just have had different experiences. You don't have things in common. Why is that so, like, he also doesn't have anything in common with TT. And Anaya also said that her conversations with Carl flow better than they do with KC. Are y'all mad about that? No, because you only want to confirm your bias in one direction. That's weird. And it's really about that man in your life that hurt your feelings that now you're projecting onto KC. And that's weird. I don't even know what y'all's tab goal is. Barber, please go ahead and give me your thoughts.
Hey, thank you for having me up again.
Of course.
Your opinion's on point. Your hairstyle is on point. Clock it, yes. So first of all, I'm like really upset that like people won't allow. Wait, I should get 5 minutes because I did join. But okay, never mind. I don't like the way they won't allow Casey to just be himself. Like, boys talk differently together than when they're with their girl. And people are just so mad. They're making it seem like he's saying one thing. They talk differently because they're boys. They're guys. They hang out. Like, we don't talk basketball. If you're not into basketball, you don't talk basketball, right? So the hooping, oh, he was hooping and all the other stuff. That's stuff that guys say with one another. And people are acting as if he is just some fake person with Anaya and someone completely different with the guys. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. And then like, out of everything that he said, what struck me was that he was like, I'm not begging for no more kisses. You get mad at me and then you don't want to kiss me. And then he was like, I'm not begging for a hug. And that bothered me more than everything else that he said. Because isn't that what Zach was doing to Kata and everybody was upset? Zach was doing the same thing to Kata, like he got mad and withheld affection, and he was wrong. And I just feel like, we've got to like start being accountable for our own emotional space. Like we got to stop acting like men are the reason. Sometimes women are just the reason. I feel like Anaya pushed him away a little bit. Also, too, like the fact that like people are saying he always wanted to pursue Soul. I personally think Soul came into that villa. He said, oh, she's looking good. He saw her couple up with Sincere. He fell back. I don't think he thought about it again until he talked to Soul on the couch. And Soul was like, I liked you, but you're closed off. And he was like, I'm not closed off, you know, but why would I leave something that's good for me? You know? And then Zach said it. So why all of a sudden he can't just be like, everybody's saying it to me, so why not act on it? You know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden it'd be a thought that maybe I should be exploring my options. Maybe I shouldn't be so locked down. And people are crucifying him for it. Like, he always wanted to pursue Soul. He did not. He did not. He said if there was an opportunity and if it was mutual, he would. But it didn't seem like it until she actually said it to him. You know, I also think Anaya is mimicking Melanie. How they said that, oh, when he was like, oh, you're the blueprint, he was performative. I also, and this is my first time saying it, but I also feel like Anaya has been a performative. Like, you don't give him affection, but when it's a group project, you're able to express yourself. The 2 times that she was able to express herself was in front of people. And it's kind of given, like, I feel like that's a little bit performative, but nobody called it performative. And I just felt like, I feel like I understand where he's coming from. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know what it is and what's happening that people are just so upset with him. But I feel like he's not perfect, but neither one of them are perfect, you know? But I don't think he's the bad guy. And I don't think that he should be the bad guy for all of Anaya's problems in this villa. Yeah. And I don't think she's going to bring the Asian persuasion back, but I think it's because of Melanie. If Melanie doesn't bring someone back, she won't bring no one back. But if Melanie brings that guy back, she's going to bring Asian persuasion back. I think she's mimicking Melanie. What Melanie is the leader and Anaya is following her lead. And whatever's going on with Melanie, that's what Anaya is going to do. And I still think she likes Sincere. You know what I mean? I don't know. But, I think that's it. I think that's all I have to say about the episode. It was crazy. I like Corbin. Like I said, I've said it a couple times. He is the comedic relief to me. He is crazy. And we just cracked up the whole episode. But yeah, that's it. Free Mommy and Casey.
I actually cannot stand that the viewers this season have made me have to defend a man so hard because people are committed to representing their experiences of each other. I don't think it's fair. I meant to say this to Rio. I don't know if Rio's still here, but Rio, you said in the comments that he told Anaya he wouldn't pursue Soul. And then he told the boys that he would. Number one, please cut the shit. Y'all are not going to act like he told Anaya, no, I won't pursue Soul. And then the same day went and told the boys, no, yeah, I would pursue her. That happened over like the course of a week. He got more information. He got more data. And actually, he never told Anaya, I won't pursue Soul. He said, if there's mutual interest, I literally broke this down for y'all bar for bar. If there's mutual interest, if she wants to explore, I want to explore, yes, I would do that, right? Then he didn't see that because she's laid up under Sincere every fucking day. So he said, well, why would I leave what I have for something that is uncertain? He said this directly to her. He also said to Soul, why would I leave it? It was hard to, it was scary to leave my couple is what he said to Soul. It was after Soul had expressed, no, yeah, I was interested in you too. And you need to understand that exploring me wasn't about leaving her. It was about just giving yourself an opportunity to get to know someone else. Then they had a fucking vote. And when they directly asked him, he said, yeah, I would pursue her. I would pull her for chats because now he had way more data. Now he knew there was mutual interest. Now he knew, oh, it doesn't mean that I'm abandoning Anaya. It just means that I'm letting myself have the experience, right? Which Soul told him he was not letting himself have, which is why when she left, he sat and told Caleb, I learned a lot of lessons from Soul. I learned a lot of lessons from her. He did not lie. He got more information and he developed himself, which is honestly what you should be watching all these fucking people do on this island. You would hope that they're all doing that on this island. As much as y'all don't like it, this is why I'm gonna shut up after this. This is why your friends can't be messy with you. Your friends can't come to you in their muck and their fucking mire because you're too goddamn judgy. They can't come to you when shit is hard and they trying to figure it the fuck out because you don't have no goddamn grace. And y'all be the same people Y'all be the same people when a person changes and their life is now different. You're like, oh, that's fake because they, 3 years ago, they was this way and that way. Y'all like make some room. Damn. Make some room. And I just want y'all, I don't care what y'all do, but at least stop lying about it, and stop making it Anaya's fault that people are targeting her to provoke her fears. Everybody in that house knows she's an overthinker. It has been said multiple times by multiple people. Zach and Bryce know exactly what saying things like that are going to make her feel. They don't give a fuck. She is collateral damage. Stop making it her fault that she's being triggered. Back up off of both of them. Shit.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
In your opinion, and I guess the comments can answer this and on the panel can answer this too. When it comes to Bryce and Charlie's, not Baltimore, that boy that got dropped off at the fire station was adopted, Charlie's brother, his adopted brother, yeah, him. With the thought of them being able to assess the situations with the couples, understanding that Casey and Anaya is their competition, Zach needs them lowered for him to come up. Bryce understanding that's what Zach is doing, he's okay with it, whether he helps or not. Now, if you are a woman who is dating either one of those men and they are doing this to Anaya for their own personal gain, is that somebody that you think your friend should cape for you to stay with? Just asking.
No, I don't. I don't think that, but I also don't know that anybody is clocking it. Yeah, I don't think that anybody's aware. We have to remember, like, not that you have forgotten, but Bryce and Zach are the oldest people on that island.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I think that they have the most foresight as to what impact is. I think that they know they know what their impact is going to be. I think everybody else is just having a fun summer and trying to figure it the fuck out. They're the ones that I do think are the most sinister when it comes to the way that they're hitting at Anaya, Casey and Anaya as the tool to hit at Casey.
Right, because they have lived life long enough to know versus them who some of them just turned 21 yesterday.
Yeah.
Can't even rent a car and they just trying to do young in their 20s summer things. We outside a hot girl summer, but yet y'all have these women in these positions where we have to constantly remind each other that, hey, they are this young and we don't understand why they acting like they just on their third child and is their third honeymoon and they decided to go as a group. Yeah. I don't get it. This is off. This is very off. But what's even more off to me is that if I find out that the person that I'm dating has the audacity to try to treat my friend that way, oh, we got a problem, sir. And guess who keeping that money? You ain't getting nothing over here, baby. Somebody better keep the money this season. That's what I want. I want someone to keep the whole thing. One of the girls. What y'all think, y'all?
Miles, you came in late. You have some of the information, not all of it. But yeah, Bryce is definitely 30. He's the oldest person on that island. He knows better. And especially as insecure as he is, how would the audience react to Anaya saying, I think that there's an islander that, really wanted to pursue someone that's more their type, but they stayed in the couple that they thought was safe and then cracked it over Trinity's head about Casey. How would the audience feel about her doing that to Trinity? Would you be able to clock that she's meddling based on her presumption?
And also, whenever they targeting Casey and Anaya, they always have an explanation after what they're saying. They always have an explanation.
The most important thing to remember the most important thing to remember is that their explanations always end up being, well, no, he didn't say, what he said was this, and it'd be the same shit he already said to Anaya. It'd be the same shit he already said to Anaya.
Literally.
But you're giving your interpretation of it. Y'all would be able to see, wow, why she's pulling on his insecurities. That's weird. Well, yeah, it's yeah. I just wonder, anyway, people provide a lot of cover for certain demographics that they don't for others. And you have seen worse behavior on this island.
For sure.
I have said since the beginning of y'all's, one-sided war with KC, I have said from the very beginning, and I stand by, I think that people felt duped by 3D and Allen last season, and people don't want to feel it again. And so they are hoping and looking for the ability to say, no, I've always seen it. I didn't get fooled this time.
They're searching for things are not even there. Things are not even there.
Miles, do you want to come up and explain your point? Because I want you to tell me what distaste he has for Anaya. Also, I want to ask these people in my queue if you're actually trying to come up. Roxanne, Nay, Janelle, and Trina Bobina. Are you actually trying to come up or no? I agree, Lynn. I think the audience is overcorrecting and there's a level of hypervigilance that's happening. Yeah. Miles, let me hear your thoughts.
All right. Hey, Tino.
Hi.
All right. So, I mean, I just feel like, I don't know. I just think that, like, I can see, like, I've seen so many videos about the whole Casey and I situation. I can definitely, like, see, like, I don't really agree with, like, a lot of, like, I don't really, I just don't see, I feel like with the information we know now and, like, kind of how Casey is moving in Casa and what he's saying, I just feel like it's really, like, I don't know, kind of just, like, I just really was surprised at how much he really, like, retroactively just is talking about his connection with Anaya and the different ways that, like, she turns him off or isn't giving him this or isn't giving him that, and that they had nothing in common. But then it's like, but that was Anaya's whole issue for the past weeks, was that she was upset about that she felt like Casey wasn't being real with her about her being her safe option, and that not really actually, like, genuinely wanting to be with her. Because on Anaya's side, like, Anaya is over there yearning. Like, Anaya is like completely unaware that Casey has this, like, pent up resentment for her for not being at his door on the first day. So it's just like, I just feel like that is, like, I understand Bryce's thing, but I feel like what Casey's actually doing to Anaya is, like, it's, like, worse than scamming to me, because I just feel like he's really, like, discarding her and her feelings. Like, he was saying he was protecting her feelings, and then the second got to Casa, is now he has a new option, is now she's discardable, and he's dragging her name and bragging to Corbin about breaking hearts and leaving her up there alone. And, like, I just feel like that's, like, really gross.
Miles, when did he say, like, when did he say the majority of things you just said he said?
Oh, wait, about
Miles, dragging her name. I'm gonna leave her up there. I'm gonna break hearts. When did he say any of that?
Okay, no. Last night he was saying
very dramatic, by the way.
No, he literally said to Corbin that it was Corbin, him, and Sincere, and he was like, yeah, me and Corbin, we're gonna break hearts. Like, we know we're gonna break hearts. Like, and then he was like, oh, Sincere, like, you might actually care about this girl, or he moved topics or whatever. But the scene was Corbin and him were talking about how they're gonna, like, the villa or whatever, and they were saying that they were gonna break hearts. And whenever he's with Corbin, I feel like, especially when he's with Corbin, it's like he just is always, like, downplaying Anaya, or, like, just I don't know. I just feel like he just talks about her way more disrespectfully. So I don't know. I mean, but on the
he said he said he was going to discard Anaya and break her heart. What about the part where he said he's still fucking with Anaya? What about that part?
I know he kind of I probably have to rewatch it, but I feel like he was like he's like a question mark from like what I remember. Like
That was earlier, but when he and Corbin sat down, he said, "I'm still fucking with Anaya." Does that discard that's not real? He made that up.
no, it doesn't make it mean he's made it up, but I feel like what he's released, like the fact of like what he said about needing to beg for kisses, beg for affection, the fact that he's saying they have nothing in common, the fact that he's saying that that Anaya and him were coupled by default, and they didn't choose when realistically they did choose each other on the second day. Casey wasn't picked on the first day, but him and Anaya chose each other on the second day, and Anaya chose him over Sean in that recoupling. So it's like I feel like Anaya has picked Casey, put him first, everything, but he's still talking about the fact that she wasn't at his door on the first day. And I just feel like it just...
He brought it up, Miles, or he was asked the direct question?
I mean, he brought it up like multiple times, though.
No, he didn't, Miles. We just rewatched the scene before you came in. Corbin asked him, "Does that play in your mind that Anaya did not pick you?" And what he said was, "Well, I did tell Naya, like, I could say the same thing." That's what he said in that scene. That like you didn't pick me that night either, which we already heard him say to Anaya in Say Less or in Soul Ties.
Well, yeah. That's what I was referring to by the second time that he like bring up multiple times. Like he brought up to Anaya.
No, I'm not trying to jump on you, Miles, for real, but like this is one of those moments, right, where it's like we're saying that he's saying something different to the boys than what he's saying to her, but he's not. He already said that to her. He just repeated it to Corbin.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. I just feel like from my perspective, it just seems like he really has been, and I think the main thing about it was that how he was saying that, like with the whole TT thing, like he was saying, he didn't even say anything had in common with TT, but he was so quick to say, "Oh yeah, me and I have nothing in common, this, that, and the third." And I just feel like everything that he's been saying, I just don't see why he wasn't like, and he was saying that he didn't want to, he was comfortable with Anaya, or that Anaya and him were like good and this and that. But realistically, from like what he's saying, it seems like he knows they're not compatible. So it's like, why is he staying with her, like trying to be with her, like they did the love letters and everything like that, when it's someone you don't even feel like you're having anything in common with, that you don't really see anything in the future. Like I feel like you wouldn't really see anything in the future with somebody you don't have anything in common with.
You're making some jumps, right, from what you're perceiving him to have said. Him saying he doesn't have anything in common with her. He said the same thing about TT, but he still desires TT, is still sexually attracted, or physically attracted to her. Why is that? Why can we believe that he would want to explore her despite them not having anything in common, but that it was a lie when it came to Anaya and he must not see a future with her?
Well, with the TT thing, I mean, I don't think he said anything when they asked him about, like,
he should have said no. I think they asked him, he went.
But realistically, he doesn't know that with TT yet for sure, because it's only been like a few days. Like with Anaya, it's like, okay, 3 weeks. He would definitely know by then that they don't have anything in common.
So why didn't he say, "I'm not sure yet. We're still getting to know each other"? If it's just if it's that he's not sure, why didn't he say that instead of saying no?
I mean, to me, he wasn't like the fact that he blatantly, okay, maybe he shook his head, or I don't know. I'm not trying to like argue like semantics or like trying to like nitpick or anything like that. I just feel like I was just trying to read body language and stuff like that. The fact that he was like, silent, just kind of like shook his head with TT, but he was so quick to say like, "Oh yeah, me and I have nothing in common." Even Sincere was like looking at him like that was kind of weird. Like the fact that he would even say that, but like, and I just feel like that with the whole like love letter thing and the amount of stuff that they talked about and things like that, I just feel like it comes across as very like his feelings for her just seem very performative, like or like safe option, like she was saying, like what she's been upset about, but he's telling her no, like you're not like no, like you're tripping, or she's wilding, or she's not, like, or he like rolls her eyes at her, like is laughing at her, like saying these things like that, like how she's feeling about how he's moving and like what he's saying. But then I feel like she has been proven right behind closed doors, from my perspective.
That's a perspective that I disagree with strongly, but it is a perspective. I feel like I fear people are biased, and I have not seen a moment yet where he has said something directly to someone else that he has not been willing to repeat to her or not already said to her.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with
Because
that.
even the whole conversation about him exploring soul, when she asked that man, he directly answered honestly about it. He didn't lie. He didn't pull a sincere and gaslight her. He told her the truth because there was nothing for him to lie about. I think that he actually feels safer to talk about that than you all perceive it as the audience. I think that he thinks that she is okay with them exploring. I think that he believes that, which is why he didn't have a problem saying it to her. As far as the physical thing, what I will always say is she has absolutely body autonomy.
Mm-hmm.
And when he is saying, I'm not going to give you kisses if you don't X, Y, and Z, that is no different than what we saw Zach do with Kata that I called out. So yes, I actually do think that it's weird to make affection conditional, to withhold. That's not a good step to be making in a relationship, right? That's not a good way to do it, especially if she knows that that is the way in which he feels loved, right?
Wait, but by that, are you referring to like Anaya saying that? Like, what is Anaya like have conditions over her affection?
I'm sorry, I've been holding this in. How do we know that that's true? How do we know that that's true?
We don't.
Just because that's what I'm saying. Just because Casey perceives it as that doesn't mean that that's what's happening. Because I've been holding this in, but okay.
That's kind of my perspective as well. I'll be like real quick.
We don't know it's true, but what you do know is that you watched her stonewalking for a whole day.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. What I'm gonna say is that I've literally rewatched a clip of Casey and Corbin. I've rewatched it this whole time you've been talking. Corbin says, which is why I think sometimes it's communication like I don't understand. Corbin says, does it ever bother you that Anaya never chose you? I'm like, she didn't choose him the first time. She didn't never choose him. So I'm like, I'm confused about that from the jump. So he's acting like she never chose him. Then he goes, oh, but TT's feeling you. She came in with that energy. And then he says, I mean, Anaya gives off that energy, but it wasn't there from the beginning, so I don't believe it. So it doesn't matter how many times Anaya chooses KC. Because she didn't choose him that first night, he doesn't believe her. He doesn't believe her. It doesn't matter how many times Anaya chooses KC. She chose him on that green light, red light thing. They chose each other when they wrote the letters, but he says that it doesn't feel real because she didn't choose him on the first night. Then
you can choose somebody at a game, but if you're disregarding my feelings while we're just hanging out, you don't want to hug, you don't want to kiss, I'm chasing you for affection, that's still not choosing me.
Wait, but
so you can choose me.
What I'm saying is,
how do you in the beginning?
How do you know that that's what's happening? Just because Casey says it?
But we've seen them do all those things.
We've seen him.
Anaya has said it.
He's getting crucified for calling her a grandma. So clearly there's something that's being done that he,
but
and people are making it seem like
in bed.
That's what I'm saying. What is being done? I haven't seen anything on my screen where Anaya has said, if you do this, I'm going to be mad. I'm not going to kiss you. What I have seen Casey says is that if I do the same thing that Melanie did to Sincere, Anaya wouldn't take me back. So maybe Anaya said, if you play me if you do what Sincere does to Melanie, I'm not going to kiss you. Maybe that's what she said. I don't know. I don't know what she said to him.
I feel like we don't have enough inference on either side to make a determination yet.
But the funny thing is that
Anaya holding affection over his head based on what Casey said.
is that Anaya can express herself and people believe it. He's expressing himself and people are upset about it. He said that he doesn't want to beg for kisses or beg for hugs, but yet we got to question if that's real.
I haven't seen it. Maybe because Anaya is not physically as affectionate as he would like, he feels that he has to make an extra effort. Maybe she's not as forthcoming. Does that mean that he has to beg? Or maybe he feels like he has to work a little bit harder with Anaya than he's used to?
But
Does that
that's
mean
the whole point. The whole point of it is that he is basically saying that there is a need for him and there's a lack for, that he's getting, and he's expressing that. And
agree that
there's
they're not
nothing wrong
compatible.
with him expressing that. He's allowed to have his own experience in his casa, and it doesn't have to cater to Anaya's feelings. It's his own feelings, and people are upset that he's expressing himself with his homeboy about how he feels, and all of these feelings could be new feelings. He might have not felt this way a couple days ago, but he feels this way now. So it's like, it's like, can we just allow two 22-year-olds to have their own experiences and stop making him out to be this bad guy that just hates Anaya, that's been lying to her, because he has not lied to her, and he never said he disliked her. Maybe they don't have anything in common, and he's just realizing that now.
But wait, how can you say that they're new feelings though?
Time. One mic.
Sorry, I was actually. How can you say that there's new feelings that he's getting? Because like he's referring to stuff like, oh, like from the first day, or the over the past like however long I've been with Naya, I haven't been, or we haven't anything in common, this and third, or that how he hadn't felt that Anaya's affection for him wasn't real. Like I feel like that's like the biggest thing there. Like I feel like that's completely disregarding like this, or kind of how I said discarding Anaya's like feelings or things she's not genuine, because she's really like genuinely like in whatever with KC, like on her side. But for him to say that, but then say, oh, I feel like I don't have anything in common with her, I feel like I have to beg her for physical touch or my love language or this and the third. I feel like KC is saying, oh yeah, like I know that we're not compatible, or I've noticed we're not compatible in a lot of different ways.
Stop putting words into his mouth. He didn't say that. Don't make a presumption about what he means. Because if he felt like he wasn't compatible with her and therefore it's deaded, why would he be saying it's a question mark and I'm still fucking with her? Like, you are making a projection based on your interpretation of what he must mean based on what you heard, while disregarding other things you've heard him say. Also, if we're going to talk about not knowing whether or not he's begging for it, y'all have heard Anaya say to Melanie that she don't be wanting to do nothing. And I don't want to do all that. Like, dang, get up off of me. Da, 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 da. You've heard her say that. So you know that there is a request from him for affection. So him saying that isn't that hard to believe when we also couple that with the fact that we watched her stonewall him for an entire day, which absolutely she don't got to talk to the man, but you saw her withhold connection from him because she felt upset about something he did. That is not that much of a leap as some of the things that you all are sort of leaping to about what you've heard Casey say. Him saying we don't have anything in common is actually not that wild. They both have done wrong things, and needing to pit one against the other or make one the villain and one the hero is actually wild, because we're all watching the same stuff.
No, I can see it. I can see it. But with that last comment you made, I think the thing about that one is like I felt that wasn't more towards the physical affection or like overall, but I feel like she was supposed to be like, oh, like Casey. She said like Casey is too freaked out and he wants to like be all up in my cooter, and that's what I'm not comfortable with. Like I feel like that's kind of like what's more.
And that's crazy because y'all believe that, but what have we seen that showed that?
We did, but we ain't never seen it. But it happened. Even though we've never seen it.
But Casey himself said that he's well, that's why the whole grandma comment happened, because Casey was saying that me and I don't do nothing in bed, or
what? And he said me and Anaya don't do shit. You saw that in a cut up scene. Y'all are not about to play in my face right now.
Well, I mean,
y'all are not about to play in my
fact,
face right now.
Regardless of that fact, I just mean that like Casey himself said that him and I don't do stuff, and then she's saying that he wants to get up in her cooter, but she doesn't want to do that. Like that's kind of like what I'm relating
Being
to.
physical is not only sexual.
But that's
Can
what
I
Naya
say
was saying.
something? Okay, don't you remember the scene where she turned over and he was like, "No, we're not gonna do that no more"? Because she has, I believe, on previous scenes, she had started to get comfortable with him in the bed. Maybe that's not her thing, but you can see that could just be cuddling for him. That could just be touching. That could just be that intimate level of intimacy. I don't think that's big of a jump. She usually, in most scenes, everybody else is coupled up and doing whatever the hell they're doing in the bed. But Anaya just turns over on him. Do I think it's her body, her choice, whatever. But I do feel like she could give him a level of just maybe a cuddle at night, but she doesn't. And
But
when after one
we
night
have
of doing
seen
it,
that
then she
though.
turned around and didn't want to do it again.
But
As a
that's the
withholding of
point. Like
affection.
y'all are arguing things based on your interpretation of what you are hearing rather than what you're seeing. And you are applying just default belief to one person over another when you truly do not know. You don't know. All you know is what you see. You saw what he said to Corbin. You had already seen him say it to Anaya. Why are you mad at it? You saw her actually stonewall. You saw her not give him any chat all fucking day. Avoid him all day. You saw that in real time, but you can't believe that she would also withhold affection. You can't believe that. You haven't ever seen her press her in bed, but you believe that. Make it make sense.
No, I agree with you. That's what I was going to say on my time, is that I said I had to pull back last night and take away my own biases, my own issues, and not see it as black and white. I had to say, you know what? I'm not going to be on Casey's ass, because I had to go back and listen to it. I've listened to it in your lives. I've listened to everybody's thought points. And I said, you know what? They might not be compatible, which is not a bad thing. And I feel like he's doing the same thing I do, which is talk out loud. And me and my best friend went back and forth. I said, let's be, because went and looked at Mo's videos. I said, you're absolutely right. When I'm with my with my friends in general, I say shit a little rougher than what I would say to that direct person, because I do have a level of care for them. He's talking out loud the same way I do. And I said, you know what? I'm not gonna hold him for the way I had to realize the icky feeling that I did. It was more so I didn't like the way he said it, because it hurt something in me more than it being wrong for what he said in general. So what? He said they don't have anything in common. That don't mean he don't like her. That would disprove the thing of opposites attract. Okay, people say that all the time when it fits the situation. Compatibility. I think that's different from compatibility. They can have compatibility in different ways than just, I don't know, they both like basketball. Who knows? Who cares? But I feel like everyone is putting their personal beliefs. Yes, she did withhold affection. You're absolutely correct. She did withhold affection. And he said that's important to him. They're both valid in their thought process. And I feel like you're absolutely right. Everybody wants to make one another villain. That's why I told my friend, I'm not going to have a bias on either one of them. Let us gather more data. I have no issue with, I have finally said, you know what, Casey, you're going through your experience, you're saying things, and I feel like it's more so just making people uncomfortable. And they don't like the way they hear it.
I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to go back to how we do my panels. I'm not going to keep talking to y'all about the grandma comment. Y'all are not about to annoy me about that. No. I am going to say this, though, Team Candy. Nobody up here on this panel is saying that Anaya needs to give that man some. Nobody fucking said that.
No, nobody.
Nobody is ever going to deny a woman the right to her bodily fucking autonomy. I even felt that way about Zach. But what you're not about to do is play in my face and act like telling somebody I'm going to withhold affection. If it was a parent and your parent said to you, I'm not going to give you a hug when you leave for school for the day unless you do your chore, you would know that that's fucking weird, right? You would know that that's fucking weird, right? It's the same thing. And y'all ain't hit y'all's tap goal while y'all typing tap. That's the same thing. You would be able to clock that that's fucking weird. That is what we're saying. And what we're saying is, why are you all so apt to believe Anaya saying he wants to be all up in my cooter when you have no evidence of that man pressing her in bed? We ain't got a scene yet with the lights out where he's still pressing her while she's trying to, we haven't seen a scene like that yet, but we believe it, right? We believe it. But him saying that she says, well, if you don't do X, Y, Z, then I'm not going to give you kisses. I don't have to beg for hugs no more because TT will just give me that affection. You don't believe that because you haven't seen it. Y'all literally pick up the goalpost and just move that bitch wherever you want it to be at any given moment. And that's weird to me.
Well, Tina, let me clarify since I'm the one who made the comment. The thing with Anaya saying that Casey wants to be all up in her cooter, I haven't said that I believe it either. I think that they are incompatible. And part of that is in their sex drives. She is not as sexual as he is. So it does, maybe what she's interpreting as him wanting to be all up in her cooter is just maybe him being a little bit more physically forward, but that doesn't mean that that's what he wants, which to me is why I'm also saying that just because she's not as forward as him, he has to work a little bit more for it. Maybe that is what he's interpreting as begging. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I just haven't. What I'm saying is that if there was ever an instance where that was really happening, when that happened last season with you know who, they showed it to us on screen.
Right.
This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have not seen that on either of their parts. So that leads me to believe that they are mismatched in how they view their sex drives. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying that because she says that Casey wants to be all up in her cooter, that's true. No, what I'm saying is that maybe that's how she interprets it because he's a little bit more forward than him. And he's interpreting him having to make more effort than maybe he's used to or that he wants to as begging because Anaya is not as ready to go as the other girls. That's what I meant. That's what I meant by that, because we haven't seen it on screen on either of their sides. And I feel like if that were true, they would have shown us, because they showed it to us last year, which is also the reason why when we brought up the thing with Soul, when she's saying that Anaya interrupted every single one of their conversations, I didn't believe it either, because I feel that if they wanted to advance that narrative, they had the evidence to do it and they never did. So I'm not willing to believe everything on either side if I don't see it. What I'm willing to say is that they are interpreting things differently because they have different drives and what they see as acceptable levels of physical touch. Anaya is not on that level with KC. So he's too much. She's always saying, she's like, Casey's doing too much. She said it. She said it. She knows who he is. And he probably feels like he shouldn't have to put in that much effort because he literally said, oh, the girls they're probably giving the Casa boys what we should have been getting, because he feels that they've probably been putting in the work and they should be at a higher level of physicality. That's just what it is. I think it's the same on both sides. I'm not trying to say that Anaya can do no wrong. What I'm saying is I think they both have mismatched expectations, which is part of their communication issues from the beginning. Because I feel a lot of times that they're talking about something, they're not talking about the same thing. Like,
correct.
They think they're talking, Anaya thinks they're talking about A, Casey thinks they're talking about B. So when they think they've settled the conversation, it's not settled because they're not talking about the same thing. They're not interpreting things the same. So that's what I'm saying when I say they're not compatible. And you know I don't like Casey, but the realest thing to me that he said, and I don't understand why people were mad, is when he said he has nothing in common with Anaya. He doesn't have anything in common with Anaya. And it doesn't have anything to do with him liking her or not liking her, but they don't have anything in common. They didn't grow up in the same world. Anaya is a different kind of person than he is. Like, even in terms of how they interpret each other, how they approach each other, they don't see each other the same way, or they don't see, I guess, maybe what they would like in a relationship as the same way, what their needs are. So that's what I mean. So I think it's a lot of interpretation issues with them. I don't think one is wrong, one is right. I think it's a lot of miscommunication. I really think it's a lot of miscommunication with them. And I feel that if they're able to ever get to the point where they decide, we don't want to do this anymore, and then it takes the pressure off of them, I think they'll be able to look back and speak and reflect on the things that happened between them with a lot more understanding between them, because the pressure will be off.
Perspective. I don't think I don't even know if we should be responding to D, if I'm perfectly honest. Because the reality is, like, y'all keep saying him not having something in common with her. Number one, y'all are using it like it's a fucking insult, which is weird. That's weird that y'all are perceiving that as an insult. Like, the bar is in hell. Y'all must not ever sit down with your boss and get feedback at work, because that's an insult. Him saying they don't have nothing in common, that's weird. But y'all are saying that as though that means the man can't still like her. Y'all are saying it like that means he can't still like her, and so therefore it was all a lie. Y'all just want a gotcha real bad. 1 + 1 does not actually equal fucking 5. Stop saying that. Because he also said, to Toya's point, that him and TT don't have anything in common either, but he still likes her and wants to pursue her. So what are you talking about? He's not saying it as and so that means that we can't be together. He's not saying it as that. Otherwise, he wouldn't also still want to pursue TT. Stop telling that lie, D. He never said that. He never said that. He never said that he wasn't physically attracted to her. What it is y'all don't think that dark-skinned black women with muscular bodies are attractive. Why don't you clock your own fucking teeth?
I'm glad you said it, 'cause
what he
that's
said
what I
was,
kept on saying. Thank God.
What he said is I'm more physically attracted to TT.
yeah,
But
what
y'all
you
have seen
said.
that man be all on that woman's body all fucking season. Y'all know he thinks she's fine because she fucking is.
He says she's beautiful every morning when he gives her breakfast. He tells her she's gorgeous. Some of the other men don't say that.
Today he says that, like, please don't do that.
Yeah, on
Stop
that point,
lying.
he said that
I'm
he's
letting
more
y'all
physically
know if
attracted
I
to
spot
TT.
lies in the chat, I'm muting y'all.
Okay.
May I say something?
Yes. Let me give you a time. Let me reset. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes.
You can
I'm
call
from
me
the
them. That's
South,
okay.
so I'm
Everybody
from
can
the
call me
South,
Miss Nina.
so.
That's okay. Listen, y'all. You have a tap goal. 300K. It's 393 of you in here. Okay. You can hit that easy peasy. We're going to go ahead and give you 6 minutes to get there. 45 after the hour. Okay. We are going to go ahead and run through the panel. Drika, I'm gonna let you go, babe, because I know you was asking me to come up, and then I'm gonna go to my subscribers again, and then we will run through the panel. Okay.
Okay.
And I will also say this real quick, y'all. My first husband was not my physical type, and we was still busting it wide open and had a whole goddamn baby. And I still thought that man was fine, even though he wasn't my type. He was still cute. He could still get it. So stop fucking doing that. My husband now is my type to a motherfucking T. Okay? So stop doing that. Just because somebody thinks that, somebody is more attractive doesn't mean they think the other person is ugly. Stop doing that. Y'all just want to think that he thinks she's ugly. Why? Okay, go ahead, Drew.
Tina, I want to go last just so I can keep an eye on the tap goal.
Okay. Shut up, Mommy Ashley. Don't do it. Okay, go ahead, Drew.
So I've been saying this when it comes to Casey and Anaya. They are having a parallel experience when it comes to the villa, casa, everything. But one person is getting villainized for the way he says things. He's a dude. Dudes, I'm sorry. Some dudes can be like, they don't think like, they just say what they want to say. Now, he's very thoughtful, and I don't want to take that away from him because Casey's my client. But anyways, it's crazy how he can say, well, they don't have anything in common, and he gets villainized, but Anaya can say, low key, I do have better chats with Carl than KC. And she's like, everybody's like, yes, go girl, you better bring him back. And in the first few minutes of her talking to Carl, she was like, oh my gosh, I'm finally feeling seen. That struck a nerve with me, and that could have been an emotional response, because I'm like, this man literally cooks you what you like and tell you how beautiful you are, reassures you, and everybody's like, well, she didn't never need reassurance. It's something that's happening that is not on that screen, because Trinity also said it as well when talking to Bryce about darker skinned women. So it's something that's a conversation that is being had, which I feel like her feelings or her ego was also hurt on that first night when Sincere picked Mel over her. That is a lighter skin toned woman. She is a darker woman. Sean wanted Kenzie. I don't care what he said outside the villa. He didn't do it in that villa. He didn't show it in that villa. He only wanted Anaya after his mom said, well, y'all had a lot in common. He was trying to friend zone that girl, just like Sincere friend zoned her. And everybody was like, well, we didn't know KC didn't like her because they was default. He literally sat and told her, I was hoping you'd be behind my door. Now, they have went through a bunch of things, right? And I'm not going to, harbor on that, what he say, she say, but I do want to say this. It's so crazy how Anaya can run in that villa, ice him out, talk about her feelings and how he does not reassure her. But on one end, when talking to the girls, he reassures me. He makes me feel so safe. But then when they get in an argument, he's not saying what you want to hear. That's the issue. Anaya has a listening problem, to be honest. She really does. Because and she doesn't, and you could tell she's not confident. I won't say insecure. You could tell she's not confident in herself in that villa because she's so easily to let Bryce and Zach tell her one thing and her not even go ask Casey. She's automatically upset about it. She's automatically upset about it before even talking to her man that she got to sleep with. Real world comparison. That's why a lot of men don't like us talking to other people when we're in the dating stage. Because when you talk to other people and they have opinions on your relationship, that can alter how you actually feel about that person at the end of the day. And she did that for 3 weeks. And when he gets to Casa, he's finally starting to express himself without the pressure of her coming back and yelling at him and making his experience uncomfortable, because that's what she does. We watched for the last week that he didn't say nothing in that villa. This the most we done seen KC talk, to be honest. When everybody else around talking, he's somewhere else. He's been quiet. So when he's expressing his feelings, he's getting villainized. And y'all ready for him to shut up talking, but allowed that girl to express her feelings. So she's good for expressing her feelings. She needs someone like Carl. And I don't like how y'all trying to play on that man's intelligence and say that Carl's more intelligent than KC. For one, I think Carl's older than KC, so he's probably been through much more experiences in his life by now. But KC is very much emotionally intelligent. I feel like, who isn't emotionally intelligent is Anaya, because she hasn't been able to dissect what he's telling her and dissect what they're telling them and looking at it both sides and being like, well, he did tell me this. Well, he's telling me this. You know, like, that's all I gotta really say about that. Tina, you have said everything I wanted to say when it comes to Casey and Anaya, but it bogs me that everybody just choosing to hear what they want to hear. And we heard that from, I think, Miles. He was saying things that man never said. Like, and I go back and do double takes of episodes to make sure I haven't misread or misheard anything. Especially when you get online, you be like, he said, I'm like, Casey didn't say that. Well, let me go back and watch. I go back to the exact scene. I'm like, that boy didn't say that. He didn't say that at all. And we actually don't really know in the meaning of he's saying things because they're in the villa. We're not talking to him at the end of the day. And that's all I got to say. Thank you so much for my time.
You're welcome. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Gigi, you still want to go last?
I'll go. That's fine. Since we're on a hold for a tap break. I think, Tina, you've pretty much landed where I've been standing. A lot of the takes that I've seen trying to crucify Casey has been because of like this knee-jerk reaction of what people have seen last season. And what really boggles me is that we begged and begged and begged and begged and begged for a black man who really appreciated black women. We got one. And from the offset, without any prompting, without provocation, people tried to call him performative, and that set a tone for how they saw Casey. And I wish people would just admit that this set a tone, because I even said that my initial reaction when I saw his cast photo and I saw that back tat, Tina, I told you I was like, oh, not another back tat. No, I can't do it. Let's not do it. And after the first episode, Eva said, you know what? I have to apologize to that man because I prejudged that man. I jumped the gun and I prejudged that man. Right. And I think there are too many people who are not being honest with why they're having these takes on him and why they're prejudging him so early on. And we have yet to see KC say anything or do anything that has proved that he dislikes black women or disrespects black women. Has he done things that have given us the ick? Has he said things that have made me raise my eyebrow at him? Abso-fucking-lutely. Right? But I don't think that he merits the level of vitriol that has been leveled against him for expressing what his experience is. I think that the way Zach has been trying to play a black woman as, you know, light bright as she is, try to trade her like a Pokemon. He's out here trying to trade her like that's his Pog. Like that's a Pokemon card. No one is saying shit about that, but y'all got all the fucking smoke for KC. I don't see how those two things align. Like that is weird to me. Right? Y'all saw fucking, y'all want to talk about dark-skinned black women. Y'all had Bryce trying to run for the hills, trying to make the whole world believe that him and Kato were making googly eyes at each other, leaving his connection that was good with him. Ergo, why his connection said, I'm not down with that number 2 shit. Nobody wants to clock that, but everybody wants to jump up KC's ass. Now, I'm not saying KC is perfect, far from it, and I'm not saying he's above correction. I'm not saying he's above criticism, above correction. I'm just saying stop trying to add, as Tina would say, stop trying to add 10s on 2s when you're trying to give those corrections about him or make that comparison or try to make him the villain in Anaya's story. Because we have seen Anaya, not gonna hold you, like, I love the baddie. However, we have seen her be an unreliable narrator when it comes to her relaying the conversations that they're having. We've watched it. And it's not fair to the same way I don't like how people are trying to water down or dilute his experience around her feelings and blame her for that. I also don't like the way that they're trying to make his entire experience beholden to her. They're both individuals who would deserve to have a full experience. And if there is an incongruence in the way that they are communicating that is creating that, I think it's fair to identify that and call that what it is, as opposed to try to villainize them in each other's experience. And that's too much of what I'm seeing. And to me, that is weird. To have that man sit with his boys and sit and try to actually work through what he's saying, as opposed to try to take it out on her. But then if he sat there and said, oh, my chocolate goddess, my chocolate queen, oh, baby, please don't ever leave me, y'all would call that shit performative. So what is it you want from him exactly? Somebody please name for me what it is that you want from him that would make him this perfect king that you would support, because there is nothing there. Damned if he does, damned if he don't. So at this point, balls to the wall. Balls to the wall, because you're going to get it anyway. And as far as Anaya, I think that, I think AJ, I don't know if she's here, said it perfectly. Sitting in oh, AJ, there you are. I think, where AJ said it perfectly in Sade's live earlier, where there is a different level of compatibility between Omic Duolingo and Anaya. And that's why we see that almost instantaneous connection between them, because there is a choosing there in which in that moment he did choose her back. And I think that's why we see that instant compatibility or that instant connection that we see there, where there's sort of like a building between her and KC. And in that, and I think Tina, you mentioned it too, where, no, I'm not letting Duolingo live, where there are certain experiences and levels of experiences that he may have and acts that he may have that she recognizes, that she resonates with, which is what also leans to her leaning into that connection. So I'm gonna let it land there. I just need y'all to be more honest about why y'all don't like that man.
I'm gonna say 2 things. I'm gonna kick it back to y'all. Nene, you must be new here. Baby, you must be new here. You must be new here if that's what you think we said about Little Man last season. And that's all I'm gonna say about that. What I just want to continue to say, and I've been saying it from the very fucking beginning, you all are asking maybe not you directly, okay? Hit dogs fucking holler. Don't yap it, but I ain't talking to you, okay? You all are asking for perfection from Anaya and Casey in a way that you are not asking it from other people on that island. And that actually is fucking anti-black as hell. And it is a function of white supremacy. And that shit is fucking weird. And I'm going to say it every fucking time. I don't care. Stop asking for black excellence, black perfectionism, black exceptionalism. Like, that is fucking awful. It's disgusting. I don't like it. Stop fucking doing it. Give them both a lot more fucking grace. They are 23. They're 23. They're 23. Do you know what I was doing at 23? Probably somewhere being stupid, okay? Even as mature as I was, okay? I was grown as hell at 23, and I still was making dumbass decisions that I would not make today. Give them a lot more fucking grace. God damn. Athena, be quiet. So, like, I just want y'all to, again, stop being so black and white with them, and stop, exactly, Silver Bee, stop doing the whole extremism when it comes to the both of them. You know? Yeah, I wasn't being crazy either. I'm exaggerating. I was being a wife somewhere, but I was definitely being a hoochie mama, but I'm still a hoochie. Anyway, but my point is, I was definitely making stupid decisions at 23 that I would not make now as a more grown person, right? I was still figuring shit out. I was still determining what type of human I wanted to be in the world. What was my identity? All of that shit. I was still doing all of that. And I don't know why we all forget sometimes that we used to be 23 too, right? And I said it last night on Bad's panel, and I'm going to say it again on tonight. I feel like some of you all are asking KC explicitly, because I feel like y'all only have this question for him of like, you need to know immediately how you feel right now. You need to know, you need to understand everything right now. How come you didn't have that same discernment with that bum ass baby mama and baby daddy you got? Why you didn't have the same discernment with them? You was in a whole goddamn relationship, made a whole baby that they don't see about. But he's supposed to have discernment in 24 hours about where he stands with somebody that he just fucking met. Y'all are real fucking judgy. Y'all be on horses that are high as fuck, while you got ain't shit ass people in your fucking house next to you that you still fucking want. And you're grown. Give it a rest. Okay? You cannot like things about them without making them fucking villains. Okay? All right.
That being said, there's 400 of you in here, and if you're new to the Teenocracy, we like to tap while we yap. Clapping is tapping. So you have until 10 after, well, no, that's a little generous. There's 400 of you in here. You have until 5 minutes after the hour. 5 minutes after the hour to get us to 350K, or you're going into comment purgatory.
Exactly. You know what, Champagne Mommy? I agree with that. It's dangerous rhetoric. And I told y'all yesterday, I don't like y'all having certain conversations in mixed company. I feel like too many black people on here don't be fucking staying on code. Y'all be the same motherfuckers translating AABE for them in the comments. Like, what are you doing? Get the fuck on code. Not everything needs to be talked about. Get a fucking group chat. You don't gotta say every fucking thing. Oh, Mercy, let me help you, babe. And that's how I be knowing y'all are stupid. No shade. Well, because why are you in a space that is disturbing your peace? You must be dumb. Let me help you. Now I can't trust nothing that you think about the show. So just listen, not everything gotta be fucking said, okay? Sometimes what you're contributing to is anti-black rhetoric. Oh yeah, Angie, I didn't see you in the queue, babe. You're contributing to anti-black rhetoric and you don't fucking realize it. Y'all think that y'all are protecting one or the other, but you're actually making them have to be so fucking perfect in order to be valid, loved, supported, cared about, that you're actually swinging into anti-blackness, babes. Let these people be nuanced, okay?
Tina, I'm sorry. I just wanted to second something that you said about the anti-blackness. Last night, when you guys brought up that other nickname that's been used for KC, that was the first time I'd ever heard that. So I was kind of shocked. I'd never heard that before, so I was very, very shocked. But like you, there's certain things that I don't say online because I've made it very clear that I don't like Casey. But you know, there's a limit to what I say about him because, like I said, I don't like discussing certain things. As opposed to how I feel about Bryce, I will Zach, I will say on his neck. But it's just, I think we have to be, like you said, very cognizant of what we say and who we say it around. Like last year, I was in the panel, so you know I was Team Shalandria. After the house, that changed. Alandria is still my number one client, but I have never, ever, ever said or typed one negative comment about Shelly, no matter how I feel, and I definitely feel a certain way, but you will never find a comment about me online saying anything negative about Shelly because we need to learn to stay on code, people. Like Tina she's not joking. Like certain things that we say, you're giving ammunition to other people to use it. And even if you don't think it's a big deal, it is a big deal. Because the amount of white people that I see saying YN, because they can't say what they really want to say but now that they think they have a pass from us to say why, like, let's be smart about it. Be smart about it. That's all I'm saying. I just wanted to second what you said because it's very real and it's very dangerous.
Thank you. I just want us to all agree that like we have a line, y'all, that we have a line. We have a line. That's it. Yeah, at this point, Lady Maria, we ain't even having no fucking cookouts. You know what I'm saying? We ain't having no fucking cookouts because y'all done invited the whole goddamn everybody. Hell nah. Can't nobody come. Y'all go have a something else. Have a gathering. I don't know, but we ain't having no goddamn cookouts. Okay, and I'm gonna give you your 5 and then come up to Angie.
What's going on, y'all? I won't be before you long because I gotta do some content. Listen, number one, very important to me. I did put it in the comments, but y'all was busy with the 9 stuff, so I will say it here. As of today, they have officially fired Alana. They have reduced her appearances, but the episodes were pre-made because they are 48 hours ahead of us. As of Thursday, going forward, she should not be on the episodes at all. And if she is, it's going to be significantly cut out, just like you guys already witnessed on Tuesday's episode because of the racial slurs from what we saw. According to page 6 today, they were saying her best friend Nick, which was a light-skinned black man, had come to her defense, and her father came to her defense, calling her an educated sweetheart, which, you know, it's kind of disappointing. Being an educated person means there's less bias. At least there should be. Yes, I saw the proof. I did see the proof. The source came from a producer of Peacock. That's where they got their information. So yeah, I would never say anything without proof, you guys. Thanks for asking, Seventh Letter. Yeah, it came from a producer, a producer from Peacock that says, a source from a producer that said she won't be coming back. They fired her today. And her ex-boyfriend. Oh no, I think you guys are conflating it. The guy that came up to defend her is a best friend, not an ex-boyfriend. I don't know why people are confusing that. And her father also defended her. But again, I believe her biases, like I said, racism is taught. So whatever she's learned, she may have learned at home. And we have more evidence than just, the resurfaced video. She has said the N-word, hard ER, on a couple of Twitter feeds and posts in the past that have resurfaced as well. All of those are there, and they were blinked online, obviously, to protect the NGR. This is one of the people I do not want to put an apology for, and I've heard a lot of your concerns, guys, that a lot of this is coming out of Miami. So a lot of us have been rallying around calling Peacock to stop casting people from Miami without doing an extensive check, because it seems like a lot of the racism, colorism, whatever it is, all of these social issues, I'll call it that, are coming straight out of the Latinos in Miami. So we have to be careful with that, right? They already booted Basana before she came on to season 8. Y'all already knew what happened last season with Julissa and Sierra. So this is a precedence that literally has to stop. Other than that, when it comes to the KC and Anaya of it all,
I was not offended by what Casey had to say. Can I sign a petition? Lex, I wish they would make one because we really have to, be careful of not, and I'm not shaming Miami. I lived in Florida for 8 months, and when I was a kid, I wasn't messing with it. I couldn't understand why, but now that I'm 30, I guess I wasn't feeling it because I am an empath. Maybe I wasn't feeling the environment over there. The Latinos are not always kind to us over there in Florida. Okay, so I'll leave that there. Casey is allowed to express himself, and I think, and even you, Tina, had to call me out on it, how we do accept perfectionism, and we do accept the Black excellence from our own, because yeah, Florida, from our own, because of our deep-rooted trauma and YT supremacy, which I'm gonna call YT narcissism, because that's exactly what it is, where we expect a lot more from ourselves. And that's something, y'all, I had to unlearn in therapy, because I had an issue with perfectionism. Mine is deep-rooted in YT supremacy and religion, which are so interconnected. And then on top of that, being Haitian American, like you are so right, Lady Maria. The current Latinos are pro for this president, and they are diehard MAGA. If you know, you know. Especially some of the YT presenting Cubanos. So that's another story for another day. But yeah, my perfectionism comes in from that, and like being Caribbean American, we are, very pro education. So my parents have always said that. But there's a thing that I had to learn, though I've always had book smarts or like that kind of intellect. I never had emotional intelligence, which is what a lot of us do lack. Because with emotional intelligence, I think that we'll be more empathetic to others and other cultures and be more open to certain type of stuff. I'm not saying that Alana won't unlearn, but I highly doubt that she will. And y'all, if it's messed up of me, I hope she gets kicked out of school for this too. Because I feel like the only way she will learn, because she goes to USC, she's a film student. Tina clocked it too. We have evidence on the screen, the way I had to go back and watch it, because sometimes I'm in the moment. I'm not thinking with my, like, that type of brain. I went back. I was like, yo, she literally played on Corbin, Casey, and what was the other guy? There's another one. Corbin, Casey, and the other. Oh, Sincere. Didn't want to give them no play at all, but and there's 6 guys, right? So half of the YT presenting men, you gave them play, but you didn't give the other Black men play. I don't like that at all. If you come in, does she not watch Love Island? Because it blew up since season 6. Why would you come on a show so diverse like this? Mind you, and this is diversity we've been asking for this year. You come on a show this diverse knowing your biases. You should have sat your ass at home. And honestly, you're 21 years old. And Tina, thank you for clocking. I didn't like how she treated Permita either. The Persian baddie. Why are you trying to play with her because she has an accent? Don't do that, yo. As someone like who grew up, I spent the first 6 years of my life in Haiti. When I first moved here, the amount of times that people had made fun of my Caribbean accent, I dropped it and Americanized myself as much as possible just to avoid bullying. That's not cool. I'm proud of who I am now, but that took a lot of time. Like, you don't understand when you want to call us foreigners or whatever, when we move from different places and we start over, like, it's already a culture shock. And to be bullied for who I am, and you bullying this beautiful woman because of her accent, I don't like it. I don't like it. Yet I'm so glad that she's gone. I'm so glad that Love Island has been standing on business for the past 2 years. I can't speak for season 6 because I haven't watched that. Yeah, a lot of people don't catch that I'm Haitian because I sound very Americanized, but I am. And I don't feel like I have to put a flag on my thing. Shout out to everybody else. Gigi's Haitian, and there's a lot of other Haitians that are here. Fifth House is Haitian. So like, I don't have to put a flag to be proud of who I am. But y'all are always gonna know that's what it is.
Haitian here.
I don't know about you, but you sound Haitian as hell to me. And I don't know about you.
Oh, Athena, you too. Yeah, you hear it. Well, sometimes a lot of people do say they hear it if I do get mad. I do speak a little bit of French and I still speak Creole. Oh, hey, what's up, Jamaican? Yeah, like, I feel like there's really, for me, nothing to be ashamed of. And I feel like Casey, because he's a Black man, he's not allowed to express his feelings. But y'all gonna allow Zach and Bryce to get away with everything because they have the quote unquote right skin because they're so Eurocentric. Thank you, Scar Chick, for the gifts. I don't like it. It's disgusting. But my only thing with KC and Anaya, I feel like they both talk around each other. If they were more direct, I think we'd actually get more resolution. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you for listening.
To the person in the comments that asked me to speak about the allegation that Casey is love bombing Anaya, no, I'm not talking about it because it's not true.
Are we misusing that word again? Did you guys not learn anything from season 7? Please stop misusing that word. And
Y'all
please
are the
look things up
epitome.
before you just say
Y'all are
stuff.
the
Don't piss
epitome
me
of
off.
my headaches. Y'all really are the
Listen,
epitome of headaches.
I have to go back to the epitome thing too, because Sincere, go back to school, sir. Listen, I'm not even an American, and I literally look up the pronunciation of things before I say it. Go back to school. You're not going to sit there on national television and say epitome, because that's probably why I didn't catch it, because I didn't register it as a real word.
They be staying too immersed in their ignorance.
Listen. So yeah, y'all, I'm not gonna talk about it because it's not happening. Nothing about what you're watching. Y'all just making shit up. Again, that's what I be talking about. Those are the people that I'm like, yo, like, you just don't like the man. Just fucking say that. You don't need to find a reason. Just say, I don't fucking like him.
I don't believe those are real people, Tina. No, I think these are people brought in to cause discourse. There's no way you could look at Casey and say he's love bombing, and that doesn't even make any kind of sense at all. No matter how you feel about Casey, that doesn't make sense.
And Tina, I just wanted to say something too. What I think too is a lot of young people watching the show, right? And really not grasping and understanding what the show is generally about. So let me just start off by saying I feel like I might have to get you two ibuprofen after this live, because I know my head was like splitting. It wasn't making no sense. But most importantly, when I say everyday black people have to fight, we have to fight every single day. No matter what we're doing, we drinking, we eating, we sleeping, and we still fighting. And that's so sad that it's not even normalized or even accepted. And we in the 21st century. It's like, sometimes I'm so amazed by how people think, because firstly, the show is literally a show. It's a reality show. Yes, it's real people, but we only seen 1 hour. 1 hour, just 1 hour with little clippings, because it's so heavily edited. It's like I just get emotional when I speak about these things, because sometimes trying to have the conversation with what I would deem to say normal people, even they can't grasp and understand why we taking something so simple and blowing it up out of proportion. Now, I don't even want to talk about Casey and Anaya at this point. Like, I had so much to say, and I don't even want to speak about them at this point, because there are so many other things that going on right or wrong there. Let's speak about Zach. Let's speak about Zach. Zach is still on that show. Let's speak about Zach. Watch how he was treating Kira. He didn't make no breakfast. All of a sudden, the kitchen got busy. But that would fly by so many people, and it would be so normal, because guess what? If Casey did that exact same thing, it would have been totally different. But it's Zach, light skin supremacy, so he gets through, right? That's what it is. Why is Bryce, a 30-year-old man, which is baffling to me, wants to be this 22-year-old? What is happening? Are we losing? I think we need to touch grass. I genuinely need everybody to come together and just walk outside and touch grass, because ain't no way so many people are arguing and trying to defend the nonsense. Whatever Casey do, or however he choose to do it, let's first remember he's a human being. He's a young man at that. And third and foremost, just to clear a little part of me that does irk my spirit, somebody saying that they don't have something in common with somebody does not equate to them not liking the person. Because I don't have a lot of things in common with plenty of my friends and plenty of people that is around me, even family members, but that don't mean I don't like them. It just means we don't have certain things in common, or we have different perspectives. Two things could be right at once, or it could be wrong at once, however I want to look at it. But honestly, tonight was so eye-opening, just hearing everybody's point of view and just understanding how people think, and just seeing somebody comments and how really, really dumbfounded some people are. It really makes me wonder if it's like 14-year-olds and 13-year-olds and 12-year-olds behind these profiles, because ain't no way adults, well, at least I would think adults carrying these types of conversations and feeling like it's okay. You don't have to like Casey to create a narrative about Casey. You don't have to like Anaya. You know what I feel will be really funny in the end? That two of them end up right back together because they sort out what they have to sort out. And I will be laughing. I'll come back on Tina live to say, Tina, I said what I said and I stand by what I said. That is stupidness. You don't have to agree with somebody to just don't vibe with them. Because sometimes you would walk, you see somebody, and just because of the aura, no, it's about a thing called profiling, but we're not going into that. But just because of the aura, how they vibe, you just don't feel to talk. And then somebody else, you will just meet them up and you talk with them and you want to know, hey, the conversation flow. And that is okay too. So, listen. What I've also realized about this show, it really comes down to color and racism. That's all it comes down to. When you draw the line up, down, sideways, and you make a square, it comes down to racism. It's never really about the actuality, about the show and the people and how fun it used to be. That is out the window now. It's just about these people creating parasocial things in their brains. They come up with an idea and they run with it. Everybody putting everybody together. What is happening? What are we doing? What are we doing? What Kanaya? Oh, 2 days? 2 days? 2 days? You all forget the show is about exploring? Everybody forgetting? Come on, listen. I'm so frustrated with just trying, and I just say trying to understand people and understand where they're coming from, and it's so frustrating because everybody missing the point and it's just going through the window and not seeing things for what it actually is. We really need to do some introspections for ourselves too. I know myself, I know. We all need to do some introspection. It ain't that serious. As much as it have some seriousness to it, it's not that serious that people think that they need to disrespect people, create fandoms that this one don't like this one, that one don't like this one, to put down somebody, to lift up somebody else. And there are so many other things that going right around in that villa that nobody is calling out. And Bryce and Zach, if I could take a trip to Fiji now, I just land with that.
Thank you. Yeah. I need us to get grounded. I would love to talk about Bryce and Zach. Angie, go ahead and give me your thoughts though, please.
Yay! I don't have much to say regarding like this subject at hand, but what it is that I want to address is the people online. I fear because like something that you talk about a lot is people's reaction right after they watch the show, which is okay, which is all right, which is a reaction that I have because every time I'm done watching the show, honestly, I'll be wanting to set Casey ablaze immediately. That's why I'll be texting my friend. I'm like, oh, I hate this thing. Oh, I hate this man, right? But then people don't take these thoughts and talk to their friends. They immediately go online. As they're watching the show, they're tweeting about it. How are you gonna have a broad perspective, nuance, and complex thinking if immediately as you're watching it, has your blood is literally boiling? The first thing you do is go on Twitter, immediately pick up your phone, make a TikTok. You're not gonna be objective. You're coming from a place of pure anger. You're furious right now. You're not going to be objective. You're not going to remember what was said, what was the context. All you remember is what you felt in your body at the moment. So let's put the phone down. Let's put the phone down and let's look at the damn show, observe, take a moment, take a breath. Then when you've had like talk to your friends, you've had communication with people that are more perspective than you are. That's why I like coming on this live because I be telling Tina, I'll be ready to get freaking Casey, bro. I'll be ready to get him. And I'm like, shit, this man is having his experience. This is his experience right now. This is not about me. This is not about how I would have done it because I didn't apply. If y'all want to see how you would have done it, apply to freaking apply to the next audition. Next time the fucking auditions are open, go apply. That's how you're gonna know how you would have reacted at the moment because that's the only way you're gonna know. When you're there, you're not there. You don't know what these people are going through. You don't know the ambiance. You don't know what it is that's happening. So just observe and relax. take a breath. And perhaps you could come online, on a live or start your own live. Because y'all stay going on people's live acting a fool. Start your own live and talk about it. And have more of a open mind. People don't have open minds anymore to see it from other perspective, other people's point of view. People just want to talk. You just want a villain. Not every movie must have a villain. Not every show must have a villain. They're just people. And unlike a movie, these are actually real people, and it's actually happening in real time. Take a breath. We don't need a villain. We just have people that we dislike more than others, and that's okay. That doesn't make them a villain. Especially, it's not your story. This is not your story. This is their story over there in Fiji, all across the ocean, wherever the hell they at. This is not your story. Be calm, relax. All right, and my question was to you, Tina. So earlier I made a TikTok and I called Casey a people pleaser, but now that I'm thinking about it, he's not though. He's not a people pleaser. So what is it that he is? Because I've been asking that all day in the chat. What the hell is he? Because Sincere is definitely a people pleaser. That's why he lies so much, because he's scared of consequences. He doesn't want to see the repercussion of what it is that he might say. He doesn't want to see how it might end up. So he just lies. That's a people pleaser. What the hell is KC then? That's all I have to say.
Yeah, he's not a coward. He's not a coward. He's just risk averse, right? He told us in his letter to Anaya, actually, and I had already supposed this beforehand, but he told us shit wasn't sweet when he was little, right? Shit wasn't easy, right? So he found humor as a way to sort of survive his environment, right? When things are not sweet and might feel a little bit unstable, you want to control your environment as much as you can. You want to control outcomes because that helps you to feel safe, right? I can relate to that. I'm learning to unclench about some shit. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like it's not even about him just being afraid to take the leap because of perception. I think he's that way in general, right? And so I think that he is, and we're watching someone in real time. This is why, like, I know people don't like Casey, but I actually enjoy watching him on my TV as much as he annoys people, because as a clinician, I'm literally watching him do the thing, get the information, process it, change, do the thing, get the information. Like, I'm literally watching his growth process in real time. And it's messy and people don't like it, but I listen to that shit in my office all the time. So that doesn't bother me. Hearing him say, I said earlier today that I tell my clients sometimes, just say it how it is in your head and we'll figure out what you actually mean, but just get it out your head. I feel like we're just watching KC do that in real time. And I think he's just a person that's trying to learn how to take risk. He literally said that about the Soul experience, that he learned from Soul, that he can't just sit back, that he has to be willing to sort of put himself out there. And as much as people don't like how he's moving, that's literally what he is doing in Casa. Because you watched him not only just go for the girl that chose him, but then also go to Sydney because he thought she was attractive. And I'm going to talk to her and see what's happening over there. And I'm going to directly tell Tierra that this is how I feel. Like, you're literally watching him learn the lesson, but y'all are mad at him for learning the lesson and then adjusting his behavior. And instead, you're whacking him for not having known it before. You're watching the growth in real time. Like, why are you not feeling proud, if anything else, you know? But like, we're literally watching him. So he's just a person that, my perception, is risk adverse. He is learning to do the thing even when he doesn't have a guaranteed good outcome. Do it anyway and just see what happens and deal with whatever the consequence is. But he's definitely not a people pleaser. Otherwise, he would only ever say things that people want to hear. And that's definitely not KC. That's definitely not KC. And so, yeah.
Thank you, Tina.
I just wanted to say something really quick. I just wanted to say something really quickly too. I remember I already said I wasn't touching on this, but my brain a little fried. But Casey is so relatable in today's generation that everybody seems to push that out and push that to the back. Let me just set up this picture in everybody's heads. 23 years old, young, lit, you're out in Fiji in this nice paradise. Nice girls coming through. Let's be so for real. Like, this is normal. Whether he black or he white, he Haitian, he Spanish, it doesn't matter. This is just what it is. So, and him being relatable, everybody seems to just pick apart what they want to take from what he's doing. Nobody is not watching it as who he is as a person. He's the only person that actually grew on the show, if we're being real honest. That's the first thing first. Secondly, Sincere is just a lie. So the next thing we're talking about, Sincere is a people pleaser. He's not a people pleaser. He's just a liar. Because even when there's no reason to lie, he's just a liar. And if you all saw his mom's life, that alone will tell you, sorry to say, a liar, the apple fall far from the tree. And if you don't understand that saying, it just simply means that the apple don't fall far from the tree. They're going down the hill. It's staying right there. So basically, you could see based on how his mother had the interaction, she and all, respectfully, it seemed like she's a liar too. And that just embedded in him. He liked to lie, and that's not going to change. He's just a liar. So I and all would even say, since he is a people pleaser, I would say he's a liar. And that is that full stop. Let me take a break. My baby calling me.
Love it. I just, I don't say it out loud because I know people don't be wanting to hear it. But KC has grown the most on this island. We literally watched him step into that villa. And I told y'all pretty much from week one, I said, y'all, I think he's risk adverse. I think he's scary. Right? Yes, that. I said, I think he's scary. I think he's kind of a scary cat about some stuff. Right? And that's going to, and I told y'all, I said, in his journey is going to be learning whether or not he can stop being so goddamn scary and do the thing anyway. And he is the only person you've watched do that. He's the only person you've watched do that. And what it really, the audience's reaction to it really just makes me understand, number one, why more people need therapy, right? But number two, how much people are not accustomed to receiving grace in their own lives.
Can I add to that? Since you're talking about growth.
Yes, real quick. And then I need Dad to go because I'm going to have to get off, y'all.
Okay. So, for the longest time, people kept on saying that KC, he doesn't want to, he kind of like dances around the point when it came to the soul conversation. He dances around the point. Like, do you want to explore? He more like, nah, if she approaches me, I might go. But the last conversation he had with Anaya, that's when I saw the growth that you're talking about. That last conversation when she explicitly asked him about soul, he was direct. He said, yes. He said, I would have explored. He said, I'm here to explore. And Anaya did not take it well. Immediately she shut down, and immediately she gave him that reaction of, you do whatever you want, which she always does. The conversations most likely end up in her going, you do whatever you want, I don't care. When we all know you care and you don't want him doing whatever he wants. So that's when I'm like, oh, see, this whole time I was agreeing with everybody that said that he's not direct, because I felt like he was dancing around the point. But that night when they had that conversation, I said, you cannot deny that he was explicit that he's going to explore and he was going to explore soul. So what more do we want from him here? I'm confused.
Also, I'm going to name that not only in that conversation, but even in Soul Ties, when she got defensive, she went into her downstairs brain, she got triggered, right? And she wanted to leave. He was like he is not running. He's, as much as y'all don't like it, he's not running from the conversation. He tries to stay in it. When they had that conversation, he was like, no, you don't feel that way. Like, tell me how you actually feel. But people get too caught up in hearing him say something that they perceive as different now, and therefore he's a liar, that they can't see anything else. They can't see the forest for the trees.
The initial reaction that I'm talking about that everybody has the moment they hear it.
Exactly, Nat. I touched that earlier. Also, Majestic Babe, I saw your request. I'm not talking about Casey and Anaya to the general public anymore unless I'm on a live. I know, Toya Birkin makes me so mad. But like, too many people, even if, no matter what I'm saying in the video, it doesn't matter what I'm saying, people want to use the comment sections to dog on them, and that's happening enough on the internet. I don't want to make my space a space for that. So I'm not making any more public videos about them. Bad, give me your thoughts. Round us out, my love, and then tell people when you're going live.
Okay, you kind of say what I was going to say. I was just going to say that when people need to realize that when people are going through periods of growth or change, it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be sunshine and rainbows. It's not going to be what you want it to be. Nobody is ever going to act exactly how you want, and they're especially not going to act exactly how you want when they are learning something new. So I need y'all to be able to understand that even if he has changed his mind, it doesn't mean he never believed what he said before. He just has gathered new information and has made a new decision based on what he's now knows. Like, even though we don't know these people and I don't want to be parasocial, I feel like people need to look at it through a lens of, if this was someone in your life that you knew, would you be this triggered by them making a change, by them changing their mind? That's the way y'all need to be thinking about it. Because if this is the way y'all treat your friends, I'm scared. And if it's the way you treat your family, if it's the way you treat yourself, it's scary. That's really all I wanted to say.
I love it. I'm going to give y'all an example. I gave y'all a Carnitas Tacos example, but I'm going to give you another example. How many of you all have ever changed a job? You have worked at one role and changed the job. Maybe some of you have even changed entire careers. Maybe you've decided you were going to go back to school and now get into another field. Did you not like what you did before? Was your heart never in it? You always hated it? You never wanted to do that? Or did you have the experience, you learned something about yourself and then decided now you want to do something different? Like, I need us to stop discrediting that could have been true about his experience. And I do think it was, based on what he said he needed to see before he would actually be willing to directly pursue, and that he got more information that then changed his mind. It doesn't have to mean that you were a liar before. Like, you all have had moments where you changed your mind about things as you got more information, and that literally is okay. How many of you changed your major in college?
Me, like 3 times.
Like, come on, y'all. Like,
And Tina, I just wanted to say something quickly because my son interrupted me. What happened is, what I realized too is a lot of people are projecting. And when I say projecting, I mean projecting what they have been through or what they have gone through, and using Casey as the way, I guess, to spew or talk about it without saying it's really, that is what happened to them. Because plenty of women would have gotten cheated on or been lied to, or they catch them in compromising positions that they don't want to see. And because Casey is doing it so actively, and I think it's televised, I think that is a kind of part that's playing on plenty people. It doesn't matter black or white. It's just they projecting that, because sometimes when you listen to some of the people's narratives, it's literally, when you really take it in, it's like what they're going through. It has nothing to do with Casey. It has nothing to do with Anaya. It literally something that is triggering. I don't know if it's their traumatic experiences, but it has nothing to do with Casey and Anaya. We just uses Casey and Anaya as the mask, but really and truly it's everybody that gone through their own individual experience projecting. And so that's something that they need to do. And Anaya ain't perfect in this, y'all. I just need y'all to know that. It's equal for me only because I say Anaya is an overthinker. I am an overthinker, and I know sometimes as an overthinker, simple thing, even with my friends, if I feel like, let's just say we made plans to go to the beach and I for some reason they didn't reach out to me. I just use an example, but automatically I would think, so it's a shady thing. Well, how come you all didn't reach out to me? We always go together. Why you all didn't reach out? And sometimes it's not because they didn't want to reach out, or it's because I may have mentioned I have something going on that particular day, and then I have to now go back in my brain and say, listen, it's not that serious, and stop overthinking. It's not that they didn't include you. So Anaya is an overthinker, and besides an overthinker, Anaya is one of those people who also believes in what she done process in her mind. She comes in the conversation with an answer to her own question, if that makes sense. It's like she already tell herself, listen, I already know what case he's going to say, and when he doesn't say that, she doesn't know how to translate because it's so confusing to her. It's like, wait, that is not what he says. So now when she goes back to tell the people, even she and all that talking like she lied because that is not what was said. But she already thinks, or she don't already think she has the answer to the question, even though she didn't. That is not what was said. So, as I say, both of them need grace, and we all need grace. We all need grace because we all fall short. Ain't nobody here perfect, bad and perfect. Angie imperfect, Gigi imperfect, Atina. I am perfect. Tina, you.
Shanice, don't
I
talk about
can't
me.
relate to that. Really perfect around here.
Shanice, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. If you want to claim your flaws, that's okay. I'm perfect. My therapist said so.
It was just to break the tension. So whether or not you're perfect, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not in your space really and truly more than on this panel, so it doesn't matter. But it was just to break the ice a little bit. It's really not that serious that people actually trying to make it to be. So that's where I was going with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna end it on this, guys. I've said this before. I will continue to say it. When you feel that feeling in your body, you need to remind yourself, I don't know these people. This is not happening to me. What is the reason that I'm feeling this thing in my body? Because it is attached to something that has nothing to do with them people on your fucking TV. Be more self-reflective. And then wait to see if you actually get data that validates that feeling before you start yapping about it. And I don't disagree. I think Anaya practices her conversations as someone that is anxious. I definitely have done that before. And she gets thrown off when the answer is not what she expected. And then she doesn't know how to pivot. Bad, tell them when your live is going to be.
Okay, it's probably going to be in like an hour, maybe a little more than that. I got to watch the first episode of Real Housewives of Rhode Island reunion. So we're talking about Atlanta, Rhode Island, Summer House if y'all want to. I'm kind of over them, but yeah, that's what it's going to be.
Okay, love y'all down. Wait,
can I answer a question for retired Huda's lawyer? So if I may ask, how long have you been a family and marriage therapist? The answer to that is none yet, because Tina is my TikTok therapist, not y'all's. Okay, y'all are not privy to that information. Okay. So you can't get that answer.
I love y'all down. I will see y'all later. Have a great night. I will be in Bad's live, listening and yapping. I need to go get caught up too.
Off to the Badlands. Field trip.
She's just playing retired hood lawyer. She just messing.
No, I'm just playing.